I'd like to call to order. We are reconvening the December 17th regular scheduled board meeting for the Mount Diablo Unified School District. Tonight we will be starting with oath of office, so three of us are going to want us to make our way down front, and we will do that, and then we'll go on with our regular business. Thank you.
I would first like to ask our incumbents, Deborah Mason and Linda Mayo, to please raise their right hand and repeat after me. For the office of Mount Diablo Unified School District Governing Board Member, I,
Deborah Mason,
do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely,
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Subscribed and sworn to before me this December day of the 17th, 2018. I now confirm that you are board members of Mount Diablo Unified School District. Congratulations. Thank you. You may be seated. I would like to now ask Sandy Cond to come to the front, please. Sandy Cond.
For the office of Mount Diablo Unified School District Governing Board Member, I, state your name.
I, Sharice Count,
do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Subscribed and sworn before me this 17th day of December, 2018.
I now commend you and thank you for being an official Mount Diablo Unified School Board member. Congratulations.
Can I take the mic for a second? Absolutely. So, I just wanted to say thank you so much to everyone here who supported my campaign, my family, of course, Sandy Count, who just gave me the oath there, as well as my daughters, Iris and Robin, are here as well. Thank you for all that you've done to support me, your mom, in running for office and being able to support all the students of our school districts. Our campaign manager is here as well, Bob Britton. Thank you so much for bringing us through to success. And so many volunteers here in the audience, I can't even name you all, that not only supported me in my campaign for school board, but also came right along when we ended up being uncontested and jumped right over into the Measure J campaign. Wave your hands if you're one of my J fellow volunteers. Oh my gosh, there's so many of you, right? Incredible. And you know, one of the things that they taught us at the California School Boards Association orientation for new school board members was you're elected as an individual, but you serve as a team. And I see that as a team, not only with my fellow school board members, who I thank each of you for welcoming me and bringing me onto your team, but also for the whole community, for all of us, for our teachers, our staff, our parents, our students. You know, together is how we are going to make sure that we have the best education we have for all the students in our school district. So thank you so much.
Trustee Mayo, do you have anybody you want to thank and acknowledge tonight?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to thank everybody who voted for me. Oh, no, oh, wait a minute. I would like to introduce my husband, Donald, my best friend and a person that does many things for me, and one of my 3 daughters, Laura Everett, who is here. Thank you.
Okay, and I would just like to say that the first 4 years, my first 4-year term was an honor, and I've really appreciated all the support from the community, from staff, from my fellow board members. I want to thank my husband who's here tonight, and I'll tell you that's a big sacrifice because our granddaughters are due in any minute. I don't know if they've got here yet from Southern California, so I'm shocked that I went over the grandkids. I'm not sure he'd get the same privilege if the shoe was on the other foot. But he's always been supportive. He has to change up dinner time. I miss dinner completely. He's even a good sport and often goes to events with me. We've been together 40 years. He's the love of my life, and my heart still pitter-patters when I walk into a room and see him. Thank you so much, Dave, for being here. Kind of red now. Okay, so, having said that, thanks for leading us off to the pledge. You're going to lead us. We're going to stand now and do our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to
The flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now, even though you probably know who we all are by now, we're going to do a quick roll call. Trustee, here. Trustee Vaughn. Here. Trustee Mayo. Here. Trustee Lawrence. Here. Trustee Mason is here. And our guest for the evening is Diamond Anderson, correct?
Yes.
And she is our school board rep, student rep, and I will tell you that you have the right to chime in and give your opinion on anything that we are discussing. You're just not quite a voting member yet. And when we get to the student rep reports, you will start off and then the rest of them will follow. And as much as we'd like for you to be with us the whole evening, we know you probably have homework to do, so you can leave when you need to leave. Okay? Okay. We now have our report out from our closed session. So let me get my notes because we had a rather lengthy closed session here tonight. 7.1, possible dismissal, discipline, release, or reassignment of public employee under Government Code Section 54957B1. There were only 2 cases. One we gave direction and one we received information. 7.2, existing litigation, conference with legal counsel, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of the Government Code Section 54956.9, Cervantes Romano versus Mount Diablo Unified School District, we gave direction. 7.3, existing litigation, conference with legal counsel, paragraph 1, subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9, Lopez versus Mount Diablo Unified School District, we gave direction. On 7.4, existing litigation, conference with legal counsel, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9, Hobovinova versus Mount Diablo Unified School District, we gave direction. 7.5, anticipated litigation, conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. There was 1 case of which we received information. 7.6, the board voted unanimously to readmit student number 09-17 to regular schools in the Mount Diablo School District. 7.7, the board voted unanimously to readmit student 05.18 to regular schools in Mount Diablo Unified School District. And that takes us to our expulsions, which the first one is 7.8.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve that student 06-19 be expelled from all schools of the Mount Diablo Unified School District, and that student 06-19 may apply for readmission after June 5th, 2019. Prior to readmission, student 06-19 must participate in 20 hours of individual counseling to address anger management and social skills, attend MDUSD Saturday workshops for anger management, show evidence of successful school experience with no suspendable infractions, maintain a 2.0 GPA or above, and have a 90% attendance rate.
Thank you. We forgot to tell her one little step. So that passes 500. Okay, 3.9 is our next item, or 7.9, I'm sorry.
Madam President, I move that the board approve item 7.9, approve that student 7-19 be expelled from all schools of the Mount Diablo Unified School District, and that student -719 may apply for readmission after June 5th, 2019. Prior to readmission, student 7-19 must participate in 20 hours of individual counseling to address anger management and positive interaction skills, serve 20 hours of community service, attend MDUSD Saturday workshop for anger management, maintain at least a 2.0 GPA, complete 30 credits to continue on course for a timely graduation, and have a 90% attendance rate and be on time to school.
Thank you. Second. we are 7:10, our next student expulsion.
Madam President, I move that student number 8-19 be expelled from all schools of the Mount Diablo Unified School District, and that student number 8-19 may apply for readmission after June 5th, 2019. Prior to readmission, student 0819 must participate in 20 hours of individual counseling to address anxiety and depression, serve 15 hours of community service, show evidence of a successful school experience with no suspendable infractions, maintain a 2.0 GPA, and have an 85% attendance rate.
Second. Passes 5-0. And then the last matter we had was a confidential student matter, which the board gave direction on. And this takes us to public comment. So, the public may address the board regarding any item within the jurisdiction of the Board of Education of the Mount Diablo Unified School District that is not on this agenda. These presentations are limited to 3 minutes each, or a total of 30 minutes for all speakers, or the 3-minute limit may be shortened. If there are multiple speakers on any one subject, the public comment period may be moved to the end of the meeting. Speakers are not allowed to yield their time. I always follow this up with the comment that we operate under the Brown Act, and the Brown Act says we can do one of 3 things during public comment. We can ask you a clarifying question, we can refer you to a staff member, or we can put your item possibly on a future agenda, but we cannot get into a discussion about it this evening because it was not posted on the agenda. So, when you come up here and you share a concern, do not think we're ignoring you or we don't hear you. We're just obeying the rules that we have to run our meetings by. Having said that, we have almost 20 speakers tonight, so I hope you'll be as brief as you can and get your point across. The first one is Sandra Wahili.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Meyer. So you might know I'm the Administrator of School and Community Services. My name is Sandra Wahali, and I am, each year my little sub-department of Student Services reaches out to the community and asks for donations so that we can give gifts to our homeless students here in Mount Diablo Unified School District. We were blessed to receive an outpouring of support this year, and I'm pleased to announce that this year we'll be providing holiday gifts to more than 350 children in our school district, homeless children. So there are a few people I'd like to thank briefly. Sunrise Bistro and the Gershon family, they hosted a fundraising event that provided gifts for 25 of our neediest families. We received significant donations from the City of Concord. Christiana Tom and Sarah David with All Good Living provided a truckload of shoes. Many faith-based organizations in our community gave us significant funding, and our very own teachers, staff, and managers gave probably a total of $5,000 worth of donations. There were many individual donors. I'd also like to say a special thank you to the Assistance League for all the clothing they provided at this time of year, but also throughout the year. They do an amazing service for our kids. And finally, I'd like to thank the school sites that ran food drives this holiday and are restocking our food pantry here in the district for our kids. We're truly blessed to be part of this community, and what an amazing holiday spirit I felt this year. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Madam President, can I make a brief
Sure, absolutely.
So one, thank you. It is tremendous work that you and your team are doing. And two, if someone was slightly late in making their donation, could they still possibly go on Venmo and do it through MDUSD Hope right this very moment?
Wow, not even a plant. But yes, you could do that right now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Okay, Kathleen Krentz.
Congratulate Ms. Kahn and thank her for inviting me to speak with you, and thank you for hearing me tonight. I'm Kathleen Krentz, and I'm the president of the Concord-Clayton PFLAG chapter. If you don't know what PFLAG is, it's been around for 45 years for education, support, and advocacy for our LGBTQ community and allies. We are the sponsors of the very first GSA Student Forum that was held in April of this past year at Concord High, and the next one, second one, will be February 22nd at College Park, 4 to 8 p.m. The purpose of the forum is to create community for LGBTQ students and to provide an opportunity for educators, administrators, and families to learn how to promote inclusion in our campuses. Given that we just had a very unfortunate incident at Northgate High School late last week, it's clear that we have work to do, and I would invite everybody on the board to attend. February 22nd, Friday, 4 to 8 p.m. at College Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Hernandez.
Good evening, everybody. So my name is Alex Hernandez, and I'm a parent for 7th grade Oak Grove Middle School. So I'm just gonna go straight to the point. The reason I'm here today is to ask you guys for help in the school. We need more teachers for Spanish class and history class, science, I believe. And also, just wondering because there's been so many fights in the school, so we need more supervisors in the school. It's only one, and I've been witnesses in the school how the students are being aggressive with the teachers, the staff in the office, and even with the supervisors in the school. So this is like completely out of control. I know the teachers, they've been doing their job, and we just attended a meeting on Friday, so we got like 90 parents with the students in there. So because I think it was a good idea to let the parents know how the teachers feel too. So I don't know how you guys can help the teachers, the school. I love Oak Grove Middle School. I don't want to move my kids from there, but we really need help in the school. We need to support our teachers, our staff in the school. So I would like to know how you guys can support the school with these issues.
Well, as I said, we can't respond to you tonight, but we have heard you, the staff has heard you, and you're welcome to come back if you think we're not responding.
And I got a list here if you want to have it for the meeting that we just have on Friday.
Thank you. And thank you all for coming down. Angela Quavo?
Mi nombre es Ángela Quiebras. Soy madre del estudiante grado 7 de la Oak Grove Middle School. Vengo esta noche a esta junta para hacerles saber de mi preocupación de mi hijo, que no ha tenido un maestro de español desde que empezó el año escolar. Como ya digo, otro padre de familia, nuestros hijos han tenido diferentes maestros de español. Este año ha sido una buena forma para que nuestros hijos sigan completando sus asignaciones y tareas y calificaciones cuando hay diferentes maestros o sustitutos. Les pido por favor hagan que se llegue la posición de maestros de español de Oak Grove. Se está acabando el primer semestre, la cual significa que nuestros hijos han perdido mucho tiempo, no han aprendido lo grande del español de acuerdo de su nivel grado. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Mayor. My name is Angela, and I'm a parent of a 7th grader at Oak Grove Middle School. I come to you tonight to let you know of my concern that my child has not had a full-time Spanish teacher since the school year began. As another parent already mentioned, our children have had difficulty getting other Spanish teacher for this first semester. This, of course, has not been a good way for our children to follow and complete assignments, do homework, and get a final grade from different teachers or substitutes. I ask you to please find a way to help Oak Grove Middle School to fill this position. The first school semester is ending, and this means that half a year our students have missed on learning the Spanish curriculum for the grade level. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria Hernandez.
Muy buenas noches, miembros de la Junta Directiva. Mi nombre es María Hernández, una madre de un estudiante de sexto grade en Oak Grove Middle School. Vengo a ustedes esta noche para hacerles saber de mi preocupación que mi hija no ha tenido un maestro o maestra de ciencia permanente desde que empezó en agosto. Mi hija dice que cada semana en su clase de ciencia tiene un diferente maestro y es confuso para hacer sus asignaciones, tareas y cálculos. Sus calificaciones con los maestros o sustitutos son diferentes. Les pido por favor, encuentren una manera de ayudar a Oak a cubrir esta posición. Ya se terminó el primer semestre de este año y esto significa que medio año nuestros estudiantes han dejado de aprender el programa de ciencia correspondiente. Gracias.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Meyer. Her name is Angela. She's the parent of a 6th grader at Oak Grove Middle School. She came tonight to tell you that obviously she has a concern because there's a child that she has at our school but has no full-time science teacher since the school began this year. Her daughter tells her that every week the science class is getting kind of difficult. She has a different teacher every week and it's confusing for her to complete her assignments, homework, and obviously get a final grade from all these substitutes or different teachers that she's getting. She's asking to please find ways to fill this position at Oak Grove Middle School. Again, the semester is ending, and this means that the students for half a year have not learned anything about the science curriculum that they have. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria Diaz is next.
Buenas noches, miembros de la Junta Directiva. Mi nombre es María Díaz. Soy una madre de un estudiante del grado 7 de Oak Grove Middle School. Mi hijo está muy feliz con sus maestros, sus clases y todo lo que ha aprendido en este año. Cuando mi hijo llega a casa, le pregunto cómo le fue en su día y me dice que todo estuvo bien. Sin embargo, no pude ignorar el hecho que me cuenta de los accidentes en la escuela, como las peleas, lo malcriados que se portan los estudiantes en clase, la falta de respeto hacia los adultos en la escuela y todas las cosas que suceden entre niños de su edad, como ponerse apodos, molestarse y jugar a que se pelean. Estoy contenta con la política más estricta sobre mascar chicle, uniformes y celulares en la escuela. Creo que la administración está haciendo un buen trabajo y tratando de mantener la escuela segura. Vengo como madre de familia porque no solamente estoy preocupada por mi hijo y su seguridad, también por todos los estudiantes de Oak Grove Middle School. Queremos que nos ayuden a ofrecer más horas a los supervisores de la escuela para que puedan estar desde muy temprano apoyándolos. Necesitamos su apoyo inmediatamente y esta podría ser una solución rápida y fácil. Gracias y buenas noches.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Mayor. My name is Angela. Yes. She's the parent of a 7th grader at Oak Grove Middle School. Her child is very happy for everything that he has learned. He's happy with his classes and his teachers. When he comes home, the mother always asks him how his day went, and He tells her that everything is okay with him. However, she cannot ignore the fact that he shares with her many of the incidents happening at the school, like fights, disruption in some classes, disrespect toward adults in campus, and the everyday occurrences among kids his age, like calling each other names, teasing, and play fight. I am very happy with the stricter policies about chewing gum, uniforms, and cell phones at school. I believe the administration and team and the teachers are doing a good job and trying to maintain a safe campus. I come to you as a parent who is concerned not only for the safety of my own child, but also for the students at Oak Grove. We would like you to help by adding more hours to our campus supervisors, so they could be at the school early in the morning to support all administrators, teachers, and staff. We need your support immediately, and this could be a quick and easy solution. Thank you.
Tammy Flonsbaum.
Good evening, Dr. Nellie Meyer and board members. We are teachers at Oak Grove Middle School, and we are here today to address concerns that the Oak Grove community has that are many years in the making. Oak Grove Middle School is in crisis. We would like to tell you about the Oak Grove experience. Oak Grove Middle School serves a student population with immense potential and immense needs. 91% of Oak Grove students qualify to receive free or reduced meals. 330 of Oak Grove students are classified English learners. 77.5% of Oak Grove 6th graders did not score at grade level in reading on the SBAC, and 85.6% did not score at grade level in the math on the SBAC as 5th graders. We want equitable resources to combat these challenges. Anyone looking in from the outside with fresh eyes would say that Oak Grove is a school that needs small class sizes and plentiful additional resources to attend the academic and social emotional needs of its students. This year, there are 794 students at Oak Grove, 102 more than in the 2016-2017 school year, and yet we only have 34 teachers to teach them, 3 fewer than in the 2016-2017 school year. In other words, Oak Grove's student population has increased by 14.7% in the past 2 years, while its teacher corps has decreased by 8.8%. And the number of counselors, supervisors, SEAs, and cafeteria staff has not increased. The student to adult ratio at Oak Grove has increased by 5 students to each adult in the past 2 years.
Thank you.
And let's be clear, 2 years ago, Oak Grove was already a school whose students' needs far outstripped its allocated resources. In the past 2 years, the social and political climate in the United States, of which Oak Grove is of course a part, has become much more acrimonious. Our students, the majority from Latin America and in particular Mexico, heard our president when he said Mexico is sending its worst elements here. They are aware of ICE raids rounding up people they know and love. They've seen images of children on the border, much like themselves, and their little brothers and sisters being torn away from their parents and detained. And added to all this, and in some cases connected to it, many of our students' families are confronting increased financial uncertainty, only aggravated by the rising cost of living, especially for housing and Contra Costa County. It would be foolish to think that these events and issues have no impact on our students or that the feelings they engender don't find expression at school. Likewise, it would be foolish to think that they don't compound the tension resulting from large class sizes and overburdened teachers and support staff. And indeed, the tensions at Oak Grove have increased dramatically, and this year we're seeing these tensions rise to crisis levels. There has been, on average, 1 fight a day this year. Our school has had over 1,300 pre-intervention referrals since October 1st, most for defiance and disruption of classroom instruction. This year, from August 16th to December 14th, there have been a total of 75 suspensions. By contrast, last year there were a total of 69 suspensions during the entire school year. We have an unsafe learning environment and administrators who are swamped reacting to the crisis. Therefore, we have insufficient resources to promote safety and greater learning. Over 300 students this school year go to school each day without 1 or 2 of their teachers in place. Since the beginning of this year, we have had an unfilled science and unfilled Spanish position at our school. We need these positions filled and not excuses made. No parent would find it acceptable if a third of their child's academic classes had no teacher. We need these positions filled now to provide stability, continuity, and instruction for our students.
Thank you.
Dr. Meyer. Oak Grove suffers from poor teacher retention and lack of substitute teachers, which leads to teacher burnout. Our teachers are regularly losing their prep period multiple times a week, and our admin are having to substitute as we don't even have enough teachers to cover the open positions. The result is further mental and emotional strain on everyone and less learning for our students. This strain results in greater absenteeism as teachers experience extreme burnout. We have lost several opportunities for training because teachers have been called back to class due to the sub shortage. This causes inequity as our teachers are less equipped than their peers at other sites. We are asking as a short-term solution that 2 permanent substitutes be assigned to Oak Grove to mitigate this crisis. This would provide continuity for our students and allow our relationship building, which is critical. It would also allow our teachers and administration to perform the duties that they are primarily tasked with and would result in a greater level of safety and learning. A significant number of our students are facing a tremendous level of trauma and stress, which is manifesting itself in a massive increase in fights and disruptions. While firm and consistent consequences are important, such responses don't themselves change the school climate and are only marginally effective if the underlying issues aren't adequately addressed. While responding to these incidents and dealing appropriate consequences for them is needed, in many cases, this will not help change the climate nor reduce the rate of incidences. Our students lack coping strategies and self-esteem, which has increased the number of students who self-harm, have suicidal ideations, and lack confidence needed in order to focus on their academics. For that, we need to more fully meet the social emotional needs of our students. In order to help meet the needs of our students in trauma, we are asking for an additional 2 counselors. This would help in multiple ways. It would help our many students dealing with trauma, and it would also help with academic counseling. Over 75% of our students perform below grade level, and we need these counselors to help students be ready to learn and succeed in the classroom. Thank you.
Elderama.
Dr. Meyer, members of the board. In summary, I'm sure you are all familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs. If our students' physical needs are not met, they will not learn. If they do not feel safe, they will not learn. If we are under-resourced and unable to provide them the loving environment that they deserve, they will not learn the basics of reading, writing, and math skills, let alone reach the ideal place of self-actualization. We are a unique school with unique challenges, and we are at a crisis point. We cannot continue to have students who are not safe. We cannot continue to have fights occurring daily. We cannot continue to have unfilled positions causing students to fear even coming to school and getting the education that they deserve. We as a school need the resources to help students who enter our school. With most of the students below grade level and a majority of those far below, we must have change if we are to expect it to get them to grade level so that they can succeed. We need
3 more full-time supervisors.
We need
2 more counselors.
We need
6 more experienced teachers.
We need
equity for our students.
Thank you.
Thank you.
President, may I speak?
Clarifying question?
This appears to be an issue that is quite at a crisis level. I'm wondering if I can recommend that we add this to our next agenda to get a report on what steps have been taken and what progress has been made by the next board meeting.
Jeff Jucio?
Rico.
Meyer, Board of Education, good evening. On behalf of Oak Grove Middle School, I come before the board to present some of our recent triumphs and to raise a few of our most recent and ongoing concerns. We are working to build our school's community and environment while providing our students with the enrichment programs needed for them to perform on the cutting edge as they enter into the realm of a highly technical world. I have supervised programs that consist of robotics and Project Lead the Way, which has shown our students' abilities to meet the challenges of the problems that will need to be solved in hands-on simulation format as they prepare to become the leaders of tomorrow. We have had many other programs led by many teachers that require the students to think creatively, logically, and ethically. We have many great programs coming to our school, and we appreciate all of the funding that has gone into improving the efforts to sustain a high level of education here at Oak Grove. However, we are losing our students that want to be challenged and to excel to other surrounding school communities, all due to concerns and feelings that our school lacks security and safety. We have gone through a flux of students who have chosen to go to neighboring schools based on their feelings of safety on campus. Our school is seeking more support from the district to sustain the level of safety on campus needed to make our students thrive within an environment where parents can also feel assured that their child will get the best of care. Our students also need teachers in classroom that are vital to meet the mandate for programs such as IB or International Baccalaureate. That support could consist of more teachers, smaller classes, heightened awareness on campus such as a campus policeman, more parent volunteers on site, and any other offerings that the district may be able to provide. We are invested in our commitment to our culture here at Oak Grove Middle School. In all my years here, I've seen many good teachers and students come and go. We are concerned about the retention of quality staff and a heterogeneous group of students. We bring our concerns in front of the board today, hoping to find some answers and reconcile the problems we are facing at Oak Grove Middle School. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Meyer, members of the board, fellow faculty, supportive union representatives, and of course our trusted family and friends. Over my past 15 years of teaching experience, the previous 6 have been spent as part of the Oak Grove family. I call it home and count myself blessed to be a member of this phenomenally invested faculty. As a member of this family, I come here to bear witness and share with you specific experiences in my own classroom, engagement outside of my classroom, and a view of the additional workload that I have taken on as my small part in light of our teacher shortage at our school. Make no mistake, what I am about to share is not a laundry list of complaints. We have talked about the traumatized state of our students. And though what you hear, some of which may shock you, rest assured they are crying for help. And so I have the privilege and the very real honor of being that voice. A student came to my class from a war-torn area of the world. He had not come directly from that part of the world, but rather was, as we would say, dumped from juvenile hall in another nearby city. Yet another student who had undergone counseling and was clearly suffering from emotional distress suffered a support call at my hands in my class, calling a supervisor to come for him. As he was leaving, I discovered later that he had in fact voiced actual threats against my person. But neither of these was as painful, heart-wrenching, or haunting as the day that there was a child who would not hold his head up in class. Kids do that, right? What they don't do is black out and vomit and nearly die in front of you because they have taken in a toxic amount of edible marijuana and who knows what else. So that's why I'm here. That is the task that my family has trusted me with, to be their voice, even as their choices and their behaviors may shock those, may have those that look upon our school with disdain. We hear their cries, and that's why we're here. We are bringing them to you. Thank you.
Daniel Petrago.
Good evening. I will attempt to edit this down since some of this has already been said, but I just wanted to be a voice as well. I've been in this district for 17 years as a teacher. Really, I was a student in this district as well. I've been at Oak Grove for 7 years now. So, I'm invested in Oak Grove. I'm committed to Oak Grove. I want nothing more than to see it succeed. But it should be very clear that teachers like myself and the teachers behind me, we're running low. We're running on empty. So, in 2014, this district provided a seminar for us at Willow Creek that was emceed by Dr. Jeff Duncan Andrade, a professor at San Francisco State and an expert in the subject of students exhibiting symptoms similar to soldiers with PTSD. His words were calling it toxic stress, and the actual term for it is complex PTSD. As I sat there listening in that seat 4 years ago, I felt very optimistic and very energized that our district was finally coming around to acknowledging this unique and complex problem that schools like Oak Grove face day in and day out. And I know we're not the only school facing this. There are other schools in this district in the same boat. I felt energized because I felt like our district was about to embark on exploring solutions. And yet, the puzzling and frustrating truth is MDUSD did not follow up with solutions or proposals for strategies or policies which would attempt to address this ongoing cycle that continues to plague this campus year after year. I'm not a medical expert, but I know that when students who have this toxic stress are triggered, it triggers a fight or flight response. We're seeing that at Oak Grove on a daily basis. Fights in real form, and in bullying, flight being students who are habitually late for class or who are not showing up to school at all. To add injury to injury, many teachers and staff members simply are becoming overwhelmed, burned out, numb, and disconnected by what is now recognized as secondary traumatic stress. I would advise the board to Google that if it's something that you've not heard before, but secondary traumatic stress is a real thing. I can attest to it. I know many of my colleagues can as well. It's also known as empathy fatigue, which stems from the daily interaction with people who have these extreme emotional and physical needs. Not surprisingly, teachers and staff at schools like Oak Grove eventually and inevitably flee. Many teachers at schools like ours choose flight in order to protect our mental and physical well-being. What this looks like in real terms is a high turnover rate of both teachers and administrators, a low number of returning substitute teachers, a low number of teachers and subs who will even consider taking an assignment at Oak Grove, and nearly zero high qualified veteran teachers who choose voluntarily to sign up to be part of this daunting task.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I would like to briefly share my experience so far working for and raising children in the Mount Diablo Unified School District. Between 2016 and 2018, I worked at Diablo View Middle School, first as a long-term substitute and then with a short-term teaching permit. My oldest daughter is a 7th grader there as well. This is my first year at Oak Grove, and I feel compelled to report the glaring inequities and discrepancies I am seeing between these two middle schools. Two schools within the same district, barely 8 miles apart. It's difficult to know where to begin, but like my colleagues, I must start with safety, as the lack thereof is inhibiting the proper growth and development of our students. A large majority of our students are coping with trauma that is almost too terrible to describe. Just this morning, I asked one of my students how he was doing. He said he was terrible, that he was exhausted from the night before because he heard the gunshots that killed one of his young neighbors last night. That is just one of the many stories my students have shared with me this year. These young children need a level of psychological and emotional support this school is not equipped to handle, ultimately contributing to an unbearably toxic school climate, unsafe for students and staff. We have 2 counselors at our school just like Diablo View. And while that may sound equitable due to the comparable sizes of our student bodies, it is not. Comparing the psychological and emotional needs of students at Oak Grove to those of the students at Diablo View is like comparing apples to oranges. Current philosophy in education stresses the importance of teaching to individual needs, yet the same protocol does not seem to extend to the way we are evaluating schools as a whole. As educators, we cannot satisfactorily meet the needs of our students if we do not embrace the differences in student populations within our schools. While it pains me to say this out loud, the environment and relations among students are so unhealthy at Oak Grove currently that I wouldn't want my own children attending that school. And that makes me sad, and I find it simply unacceptable. We need support in our most basic goal of providing these children with a safe place to learn. We need more counselors, we need more teachers, and we need smaller class sizes. Thank you.
Part of this group, you want me to slide down?
I don't know if I have any other, is there any other members from your group that want to? I don't think so. I just want to say for a large group, I appreciate that you took the time to make sure you shared new information, and you did in a very respectful way. Thank you for that.
George Fulmore from Concord, California, and I'm familiar with a lot of the people here, and I am really supportive of this. As you guys know, I do monitor the Monument Schools, and I volunteer, and so over the years, primarily done it with the elementary, and then not too long ago, or somewhat frequently, I get to YB High. So those areas look relatively good, and it seems to me like Oak Grove is real quiet. I don't hear anything, but it doesn't mean that something's not going on there. My experience was I was there about 3 or 4 years ago as a volunteer, an experiment, and that was 4 years ago. I only lasted 1 day because the school, the classroom I was assigned to, there was an outburst and kids left the class, and it was chaos. So, gosh, it was awful, and I didn't go back. However, I have suggested to the past and the current principal that you try parent patrol. Some of the middle schools do that, and at least it invites community members in to be there, like during breaks, maybe lunch hour, as a presence. I was there the other day for a musical event, and I think the kids, I know a lot of kids from volunteering in the elementary schools, and I think they do respect adults being there and parents. So I would put that out too. So, boy, it's such an important school for the monument too, because you got this feeder pattern where all the grammar schools are going to Oak Grove. And unfortunately, over the years, as you all well know, there's been this bad reputation, so the transfers are crazy. And I think the district is tightening up on the transfers. So if you're doing that, then you got to really make this school work. And it sounds like it is in a crisis, and it needs some real serious intervention. So I hope to go that direction. And I'd certainly support that and try to do anything I could as a volunteer to help that work. Completely different subject. Congratulations, Charisse, and the others coming back. And I think we do have a good board here. I think you guys are dedicated and responsible and hardworking. But the glaring issue, of course, is diversity. And we don't have, you don't have geographic diversity, you don't have ethnic diversity. I think you need to go to district elections for the school board, and I think you need to promote that, because if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. And I think you got a 2-year period now to pull it off, but I think this district needs to go to district elections to elect the board members. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Apagarian.
Good evening, Dr. Meyer and board members, staff, and audience. I'm Jeff Apkarian, business agent from Public Employees Union Local 1, AFSCME. It's a pleasure to be back among you. I'm briefly filling in for my colleague Lisa Davis, who's enjoying a well-deserved holiday break. I'm pleased to highlight some good news on behalf of the Local 1 Clerical, Secretarial, and Technical Unit. A resumption of negotiations is scheduled for January the 10th, 2019, and certainly wages are on the top of the list. As you know, the CST unit is one of the largest in the district, and the district cannot function without them. As you can see, we have some of our members here this evening, and I must say that they are feeling anxious. Not having a labor contract since June of 2018 is certainly an unsettling matter. So we're very pleased that negotiations are going to be resuming. And of course, the expectation is that both sides will be there in good faith. The delay that's occurred, however, does make folks feel as though there's a greater urgency to bring the major items such as wages and benefits to the table for some resolution. Also, let's try to remember that the negotiations of today are really the negotiations also of tomorrow, and that in order to build a strong district and to bring a greater level of health and stability to the workforce, this district has to focus, like all, on attracting the best employees possible, retaining the best employees possible, and certainly making an effort to promote as well. So hopefully we can work on all of those goals together. And with that, I'll say happy holidays and a happy New Year to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Denise Persha, and usually she has some very explicit comments that she makes about our sex education. So if you have any young kids in the room that you do not want to hear that, you might have, I'll give you a chance to opt out and take your children outside. If not, that's your choice.
First of all, congratulations, Ms. Khan, and congratulations to the incumbents. You know, I have said many times that I appreciate the job that you do. I know that it's a lot of work. All right, well, the last time I was here, I talked to you about SECUS, ASHWAG, Advocates for Youth, AMAZE, and Kinsey. If you remember, Kinsey's research portrayed people as amoral and sex-driven, and he is credited with fundamentally changing the cultural viewpoint of sexuality and even stating that babies were sexual. It is also important to note that UNESCO, the United Nations Education and Scientific Cultural Organization, now works in partnership with SECUS and acknowledges that a former director of SECUS is one of the principal authors of its international guidelines on sexuality education. It was first released in 2009 in draft form. However, after a huge public outcry at the inappropriate and graphic nature of the guidelines, UNESCO revised their document, removing some of the most explicit language, and now has published a somewhat less controversial version. However, you can still find the original draft on UNESCO's website. Here's a quote. The education sector, I'll say that again, the education sector has a critical role to play in preparing children and young people for their adult roles and responsibilities. The transition to adulthood requires becoming informed and equipped with the appropriate knowledge and skills to make responsible choices in their social and sexual lives. Do you notice there's no mention of parents, their role, even perhaps cultural or differing religious considerations, just that schools are the arbitrator of sexuality in our society? Then there's another organization called ANSWER, which was established in 1981 to answer a voter mandate to teach sexuality ed in every grade, K through 12. It is Rutgers University-based organization located in New Jersey, and it was started to provide teacher training due to the new law in New Jersey, but they provide training throughout the nation to teachers, I should say, who come to the university. ANSWER has noted on their website that they are partners with Advocates for Youth, and they promote the AMAZE videos. You might remember some of those videos if you've seen them. They objectify women's bodies, and they do so in a cartoon fashion. It's pretty sad for today. All of these organizations and more, including FOSSE, the Future of Sex Ed, are campaigning behind the scenes to lobby district staff, teachers, principals, superintendents, and boards of education. They often sit on each other's boards, and they state they are working together. They are knitted together, in fact, and that they work together to promote various initiatives and bills before various states and federal bodies. I have been told that some of these advocacy groups have met with some of our teachers and staff. They've met with our board members. I just want to ask parents, where is your advocates group? Who is advocating on behalf of your youth? Thank you.
I think it's Glenn McBee. Is that correct? Or Glenda McBee?
Glenn McBee, yes, thank you. Thank you, Council. First, let me thank you for the job you do. This is incredible. I come to you with a pretty small level issue. But first, let me say that I am a product of Mount Diablo Unified School District. So, again, I thank you for your efforts. Northgate High School tennis courts have been redone. They have been open always to the public. I'm the president of the Walnut Creek Racquet Club. We have membership of over 1,200 people. We have always relied upon Northgate as an overflow place to be, and I hope and I urge you to consider public access. I know there is some negotiations going on with the city of Walnut Creek, and I've been in touch with them, but I wanted you to hear this voice and just say thank you. I'll leave you to more important issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Pauline Member.
How you doing? Hi.
Hi.
I just wanted to start a dialogue about the radio station. It seems to be know somewhere and know where it's being used, but not by us. And we own it, right? So why can't we use it? I don't really know how to start anything, so I'm just kind of hoping that being one of the assets that we have, that we can actually do something with it. That's it. That's all. That's me. Thank you.
And Mr. Mims would be last. But not least.
First of all, I want to be on Chiefs County NAACP and also represent Fishkill Black Political Association. Secondly, I want to welcome the new board member, Sharice, to the new board, and also I want to welcome the returning board members and congratulate you on your return. I know you didn't have any opposition, but you still returned. You know, I've been sitting out there listening to. Well, first of all, I want to say this. You know, looking at your agenda, you know, you have like 41 items on your consent calendar. You know, what are you trying to hide? I mean, you know, 41 items. You know, your consent calendar consists of more than anything else. So, to the new board member, be careful about this consent calendar. They're trying to hide something. You know, you have to look for it. Okay, I did not have time to look today. I wish I had. But anyway, you know, I was listening. Secondly, you know, I want you to remember that you have a primary responsibility, and that is not to the district, but to the people who put you in office. You should remember that at all times when you are making decisions, and also when the people come, you should hear what they're saying. Don't close your ears to them today, because I heard them coming tonight, and they'll come again. The supplemental the supplemental funds that you receive, I would ask the new board member to keep an eye on how they're spending or spending those funds, and make sure that they are going toward the correct student groups and not toward salaries and all of that other stuff. The other thing I want to say about and I was talking about this all the time, hiring practices. I think that, you know, when you look at hiring practices, you should have a committee, a diverse committee that does not consist of the same old people all the time making incorrect decisions in terms of their hiring. You want to do something that's fair for everybody. Thirdly, you know, I heard the name the school Oak Grove. One of my concerns is that, you know, it's what's in their school site plan to address the problem that they have. So if that problem that I heard is not in their school site plan, then they're in denial that they have this problem. Okay. And the other thing is, what is the demographics of this particular school? What is the racial makeup of the teachers versus the students? And I heard a cry for help. How much support is this district giving to this faculty and staff at Oak Grove? They're crying out for help. So I would encourage you to help them. Thank you.
Thank you. That ends our public comment period, and we now start with our public employee appointments. So our first is the appointment of a high school vice principal for Summit Small Continuation High School, Dr. Meyer.
Thank you, President Mason. Take a second. This is going to be a great appointment. I would like to recommend for the position of high school vice principal at Summit Small Continuation High School, Ron Little. Ron is currently with us. He possesses a Bachelor's of Science from Cal State Sacramento in marketing. He also has a Master's from UC Berkeley in education. He has his administrative credential, and he also has a single subject in mathematics. He is currently the vice principal of Concord High School, and he has experience from Riverview Middle School, where he taught advanced basic math, Project Lead the Way, design, and modeling. And he also had experience from West Contra Costa as a geometry teacher. So it is my honor to recommend to the board Ron Little for the position of Summit Small Continuation High School VP.
Thank you.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Education approve the appointment of Ronald Little, as a high school vice principal with assignment at Summit Small Continuation High School.
Second. And that passes 5-0.
So thank you, board. Thank you, Dr. Meyer. Thank you, Mr. Jimenez, Ms. Allen, Ms. Faltzgraf, Ms. Morelli somewhere. Looking forward to the opportunity. Ms. Murphy-Oates as well. Ms. Stuckey Smith. Look forward to the opportunity. The district's always provided great opportunities for me. But, you know, look forward to serving in other capacity. So thanks.
Thank you. Congratulations. 9.2, appointment of elementary vice principal, Hidden Valley Elementary. Dr. Meyer.
Yes, thank you. President Mason, Board of Education, I would like to recommend for the position of elementary vice principal of Hidden Valley, Adam Lieb. Adam comes to us with a Bachelor's of Arts from Cal State Northridge in English Literature. He also has a Master's of Arts from Concordia University in Educational Administration. He currently is a resource specialist at El Dorado Middle School. He has experience as an SDC, special day class teacher, in Pinole Valley High School. Also experience as a resource specialist in West County Community High School in Richmond. He's been a research specialist in Manzanita, in Stewart, in Pinole, and at Adams Middle School in Richmond, as well as a teacher in West Contra Costa and Mount Diablo Unified many years ago. So I would like to welcome back and recommend for the position of elementary vice principal, Adam Lieb.
Madam President, I move the board approve the appointment of Adam Lieb as elementary vice principal with assignment at Hidden Valley Elementary.
Second.
Passes 5-0. Come on up if you like.
And please let us know we pronounced your last name correctly.
Absolutely, you did a great job.
Oh, good.
Yeah, most people, it's the smallest name with the worst pronunciation. You guys did great, actually. Thank you very much for coming here. I look forward to the opportunity to move to the next part of my career. I want to say thank you to my teenage son who sacrificed a night here to support me. And to my wife who's also in the audience. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Okay, and 9.3, appointment of Dean of Students at Mount Diablo High School. Dr. Meyer.
Yes, President Mason and board, it is my honor to recommend Lamont Francis for the position of Dean of Students, Mount Diablo High School. Lamont comes to us with a Bachelor's of Arts from Pepperdine University in Telecommunications. He also has a Master's in Arts from Cal State Bakersfield in Sociology, as well as a Master's in Arts from Brandman University in Counseling. He also has his educational doctorate in education from the University of San Francisco. So I would like to recommend Lamont Francis for the position of Dean of Students, Mount Diablo High School.
Madam President, I move the appointment of Lamont Francis to High School Dean of Students.
Second.
And now, Dr. Spicer.
While Lamont's coming up, I want to mention a couple of things I didn't mention. He is currently an equity counselor in Mount Diablo Unified. He has experience as a counselor at Ignacio Valley High School and El Monte Elementary School. He's been a counselor in Antioch Unified. He's been a teacher at Sunrise Elementary in Mount Diablo Unified, as well as a minister of Delta Bay Church of Christ. Congratulations, Lamont.
Tonight I want to first thank the distinguished board for this opportunity. I want to thank you, Dr. Meyer, and all those that had confidence in me. I want to thank first God for this opportunity, and also want to thank my faithful wife of 12 years who's probably watching on live on TV. Who gave me 5 kids under the age of 10. Sleep. I look forward to working with Mr. Barbosa, who I believe is one of the prominent educators of our time. I thank him for having the confidence in me. We look forward to changing the narrative for Mount Diablo High School and taking the discipline and making it more restorative for all students. I look forward to working with all the students there at the high school, especially those that come from a special education background. I specialize in that. In all my years of education, I'll just say this and I'll take my seat because I'm a preacher and I know I can talk. In all my years of teaching, I've met a lot of teachers who cannot teach, but I've never met a student who could not learn. And therefore, we are going to look at every student that walks through those doors to try to help them to get the education that they deserve, because we believe at this point that getting a quality education is the equity issue of our time. Thank you so much, and I look forward to working with you all.
And we're down to 9.6 for classified personnel, appointment of senior trade supervisor, Dr. Meyer.
Yes, President Mason, Board of Education, I would like to recommend for the position of Supervisor Senior Trades, Paul Lundholm. Paul comes to us with a general contractor's license, a plumbing contractor's license, and he is a home building inspector. He has experience as a plumber currently in Mount Diablo Unified School District. He has also been a school bus driver in Mount Diablo Unified. He has been for many years a general contractor, self-employed, as well as a construction manager, subcontractor for engineered soil repairs. So I would like to recommend Paul Lundholm for the position of Supervisor Senior Trades.
Madam President, I move that the board approve Mr. Paul Lundholm for the Senior Trades Supervisor position.
Second.
I get that reaction. I just want to say for the past 9.5+ years working at the district, it's been a great experience. And I thank the board members and Dr. Nell Meyer for this opportunity. And I'm very excited to see what the future holds. Thank you.
Thank you. righty, Diamond, that takes us to student rep reports. You ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right.
I can start?
You can start.
Okay. Good evening, superintendent and board members and members of the audience. I'm Diamond Anderson and I'm a senior at Olympic High School. Students at Olympic have been working hard to earn credits. 19 students have graduated so far this year. This Wednesday, we are looking forward to our holiday feast. It was rescheduled due to the air quality and school closure the day our Thanksgiving feast was scheduled. Our students and staff have reached out to Ridgeview Continuation High School of Paradise and are sending notes of encouragement and care packages their way. In November, we received a memorial honoring 2 veterans who were previous Olympic students and who died in battle. We have had many alumni come back to speak with students about experience at Olympic High School. We are looking forward to a great end of the school year. Happy holidays and New Year from our Olympic family to yours.
Who's our next student speaker?
I didn't know if we were getting an alumni report.
I was waiting to see if Austin was going to come up and give a report. Hannah's got it covered, Austin. She's trained her well.
Good evening, President Mason, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Meyer, Superintendent's Council, and members of the audience. My name is Hannah Genevan, and I am the ASB President at Concord High School. Okay, recently at CHS, our cross country had an interesting NCS meet which got postponed from the 17th to November 20th due to the air quality. That was kind of the rescheduling things. Also due to air quality practices the week leading up to the meet were challenging, but a gym nearby to our school was able to let us practice there, which was really nice of them since we didn't really have any treadmills to practice on and we could be outside. So yeah. At the meet, the boys were able to run their race and they did pretty well, but unfortunately the air quality exceeded safe levels, so the girls' race was canceled. But Reina Sanziano, who was an up-and-coming, she's been doing very well this season. She fortunately got selected by the NCS committee to run at the state meet, which normally is the people qualified from the NCS meet that go to state meet. And she placed 3rd in her heat and 10th overall in the state of California. Also, recently she is signed to St. Mary's College for a full ride in academic and athletic scholarship for the fall term. We were very proud of her, and as her best friend, I couldn't be more. I can acknowledge her accomplishments more because I've seen how hard she works, especially in school, both that and sports. Also at CHS, our choir concerts took place Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of last week. They were all sold out before Wednesday, so it's kind of, they're very highly attended concerts. We're very excited for them. Show choir, Ladies First, and content choir all performed at the holiday-themed concert. And for the seniors, it was a bittersweet last concert, and the underclassmen are looking forward to theirs next year. Leadership Staff Appreciation Committee hosted a teacher luncheon last Friday to thank them for all their hard work that they put into our student success this semester. All the teachers received a personal invitation by their leadership buddies the week prior. Our music tech program had a concert on December 6th in collaboration with all the arts departments in order to make an art gallery and music concert all at the same time. It was called the Chill Out Show. There was couches brought into the MU, and parents, faculty, and students were able to either sit down and enjoy the show or walk around and look at the art. Either way, it was a really great collaboration between all the organizations. In addition to that, last Monday, the 10th, the instrumental music program performed in their winter concert, so they had a string concert as well. Leadership also hosted the winter brunch, which I kind of talked about last time, and it continued as planned with our leadership students hosting our guests of the special education department, and they all had an amazing time. We served pancakes, waffles, fruit, bagels, donuts, and orange juice, and a lot of holiday spirit. We had a beanbag toss, holiday coloring sheets, cookie decorating, and it was a lot of fun, and we got a lot of great feedback from both the teachers, students, and the staff. Next, Cocoa and Cramming, which I again talked about a little bit ago, has been going on for the past 2 weeks, and it will continue right up until Wednesday before the finals on Thursday and Friday. This is a 2-hour study session after school that our students get the opportunity to talk to their teachers and peers and just have a time at school to study. right before their final exams. And we provide hot chocolate, snacks like goldfish, cookies, pretzels, and bagels. And we had over 100 students attend each day consistently. And we've gotten great feedback from both the students and teachers saying that it helped a lot with their studying and just relieving stress before the exams. Our Winter Wishes Committee, or Happiness Campaign, has been working hard granting wishes for the past 2 weeks and also into this week, right before final starts. We granted a total of, I think, 108 wishes, maybe more. And they range from like a One Direction concert that some of our students dressed up as their characters to grant somebody's wish in the quad. We had Starbucks delivered, McDonald's, fuzzy socks, and a bunch more. Some of the more notable ones was a concert that we had 2 of our students perform in because they wanted a platform to perform. So we gave them that. And we gifted a student with a guitar because they really wanted one. All of this was like said on their wish sheet, so we kind of personalized every single thing. We also had one of our former students come back and perform a Beyonce performance, which is also a wish requested by some of our students. Great America tickets to some people that some kids that have never gone and really always wanted to. And even one of our math students wanted to write a thank you note to his teacher for all the hard work she put in. So it was really great to be able to grant other people's wishes and then wishes that people had asked for other people to get granted. That's all I have for today. Thank you, and then
And I have a question for you. I'm sorry if I missed it, but did you give us an update last month on Halloween night and the
Scary Hunger?
Yeah, just we knew it was coming, but
I didn't get the final stats of all of the food raised. I had to unfortunately leave that meeting early, but I know we raised. I don't think we reached our goal. I'm not exactly sure, but we set our goal very high this year. So
maybe we could check and see.
Yeah, I'll definitely
next month.
get that
would be
information.
fantastic.
I missed
It's a
that
great
meeting,
program.
but I will definitely get that to you.
Well, thank you so much. Great job.
Thank you.
Any other students? I don't think so. Okay. Too bad, that's our favorite part. Okay, so we have 2 reports tonight. First one, 13.1, is the Facility Master Plan, LPAA Status Report. Dr. Meyer? Did I miss something? Oh, I thought the other report was maybe more interesting. Okay, we'll start with Trustee Durkee.
There we go.
Okay, well, it's as I was trying to write notes because I don't trust my memory, but it's been a while since we met, so I'll try and be quick. I was feeling badly that I didn't get to a number of the holiday events that I put on my calendar and fully intended to go to, and just things happened and I wasn't able to make it, but I don't feel so bad when I look at this list of all the things that I should do. So November 8th was the Citizens Bond Advisory Committee at Ignacio Valley High School. They were presented a quarterly report, which is available on the website for the period ending September 30th. Just one fact, the report indicates that the program has expended approximately $298.5 million on construction and design services as of September 30th. On November 13th, I spent a day in Sacramento with adult education leaders, meeting with different policy folks to talk about the budget for next year in hopes of increasing funding to adult education across the state. November 14th was, many of us were there, at Olympic High School, Blue Star Moms Memorial dedication. It was done in collaboration with, of course, Olympic High School and Mount Della Unified, where they dedicated a memorial to 2 veterans who had been students at Olympic High School, who have lost their lives in service. PFC Scott Barnett, United States Army, PFC Benjamin Ziski, I think, the United States Army. I will say it was a wonderful ceremony leading up to unveiling of the memorial. A lot of veterans were there, a lot of City of Concord council members, Clayton City Council students, and of course, again, many of us were there. But when we went out to unveil the memorial, and one of the mothers was there, and that was where it got very real, very, very real. So very sad, but beautiful tribute. That same evening, we had the speaker series. Dr. Allison, it was at Concord High School, it was Dr. Allison Mayo from UCSF, and she provided research and resources and strategies for parents to understand and support healthy development in adolescents. She handed out a lot of things. She was full of almost too much information in a way, kind of a little bit overwhelming at times, but obviously very knowledgeable, and works with adolescents from all kinds of backgrounds. So it's very interesting. We all walked away with this laminated piece that I think we've all taken home and tried to understand better and apply in our own families. It was very interesting. It's called the 8 Dimensions of Wellness, and it's some of the stuff that we kind of know, but it's a really good visual, and it's from the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. Many of us were at the School Board Association conference in San Francisco this year, which is my second time going, and I'm so impressed with that organization, the content, the depth of information, the keynote speakers. It's almost, wish you could go 4 more days really to take everything in. It's a really, really great experience. And then I came back and went to the annual Arts and Crafts Fair at Pleasant Hill Education Center put on by Mount Diablo Adult Education. December 3rd, we had the Career Pathways Advisory Committee at Ignacio Valley High School. Heather Fontanilla did a great job of providing highlights of different kinds of industry school collaborations and accomplishments over the past year. She had April Tree speak about Best Day, which is an annual event that's been going on for many, many years. It's an opportunity for teachers to spend a half a day at a work site at a different company to kind of see up close the application of the academic skills and the career technical education skills that they're teaching in their classrooms, and see this sort of what those industry standards are today. Then we break into specific industry. You have a choice of which industry sector you want to go to. I went to construction and engineering, and it was a good example of why the value of these kinds of meetings, where you have a direct conversations between teachers and industry reps on very specific things that students need to know to go into those career areas. So really great meeting. December 5th, many of us again were at Digital Safari's annual innovation fair at Center Concord. It's always fun to go to. I listened to questions. So these are students have been working in teams to develop a product, and they have to do research and marketing, and you meet their CEO and their CFO and all these titles they give themselves, and they have these specific tasks, and they have to talk to you in hopes that you'll invest your check of money to them, and it's a competition, and I'm always blown away by how good. I mean, other people that have been going, I listening to ask really hard questions. Really, I'm usually wanting to know how did they come up with the ideas. So they're really creative ideas, and real. You're hoping you could buy it tomorrow because they're really relevant. So that was really fun. The next day was the Equity Advisory Committee that I attended, and Jorge Melgoza did a great job. He's our new administrator of equity. Did a great experience, which I've participated in these kinds of things before, where he kind of front-loaded a timeline to look at the equity work in Mount Diablo Unified, and he put some information up, and he took some heat for missing some important pieces, the people in the room knew about. So, that was, I think, a really healthy, helpful dialogue to kind of look at, what's been done, what's transpired. Clearly, the PBIS work is what seems to be really moving the needle, I think, on the work. But anyway, it was a great conversation. I look forward to this committee going forward. I think part of the challenge we're going to have is defining goals and what the specific role of the committee is. So that'll be great to participate in. The 10th, again, many of us were in Sacramento. It was the State Teacher of the Year reception and dinner. And Mount Diablo was very proud to have 2 teachers there. They were 2 that were selected by Contra Costa County. So we had Kelly Perkins from YB High School and Rosie Reed from Northgate High School, and Rosie has been selected to be the national representative. So we were pretty proud standing there watching this. It was a great event. So the 12th, I actually took the initiative to visit Mount Diablo High School and I appreciate Principal Rosa's time with me for a couple hours. I kept saying I won't stay very long, but of course that's not what happens, right? You end up staying and talking. But he was very gracious, and I have to say I walked away feeling very impressed with him and the work that he's doing there, and how thoughtful he is about the challenges that they have, as well as really seeing all the great things that are going on. We got to watch the IHTA Academy students doing a presentation on food trucks in other countries. So it brought in lots of different academic subjects. It was very interesting. So that was really fun. And then that night or afternoon, went to the Diablo Managers Association holiday event gathering, which is always lovely. Since having worked in this district, it's fun to see people again. So it was really nice. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Pond?
Thank you. So, since I'm just starting here, I'll talk about a few of the things that I've been up to. The first thing was it was a great time. Are we still going to do that? Okay. It was a great way to start my role on the board by last week going to with fellow board members to celebrate our Teachers of the Year, Rosie Reed and Kelly Perkins. That was really incredible to reach the state level with our teachers. And then at the CSBA conference, which is the California State School Boards Association, there were a number of things that I thought were actually very useful for any board members to attend and learn from other school districts what's working there and what kinds of information we can bring here to our schools. So first of all, within the new member orientation, there were 400 new school board members from across the state that I was with. We're one of the largest classes apparently of new school board members. And the thing that they really talked to us about is the role of the board. And they gave the example of if there's a fire in your community and you're standing at your house and you're trying to figure out how am I going to protect myself and my house and how am I going to escape safely, and you're looking at the fire as an individual, you'll be thinking about the fire and what to do in a certain way. But if there are people like city council members and things that are up, and firefighters that are up in the sky in a helicopter looking down at the fire, they're going to see it in a completely different way. And they're going to be looking at the patterns on the ground, and not just one house, but how is this affecting all of the houses? And how are we going to protect the most crucial pieces of our community first, and things like that? How will we make our priorities? So they gave that example as the board of directors is the helicopter. So we look at things from a big picture and try to figure out, how we can make those big picture policy decisions that will make the best decisions for everyone in the school district. So I thought that was a good analogy. And then there was a CS for All, CS for California resource guide. There's a whole group that is working on computer science equity and making sure that all students across the state have access to computer science, and particularly AP computer science classes. So happy to share that information. I don't know, I might post this on my Facebook page or something. But there's some really great resources in terms of standards and research and curriculum, and even for parents and students. And then there was also a presentation called Achievement in Motion that was done in San Mateo County. And what they did was they looked across their county at all the different schools and the dashboard results, and looked at which schools had the most increase in math scores, for example. And then how did they do that? And they actually did site visits out at those sites and interviewed people to figure out what were the tools that you put together that you think really made that difference. So there's a report called Achievement in Motion that is on the San Mateo County website on closing the achievement and opportunity gaps. And it gives 5 different case studies about how schools did that. And one in particular was a middle school that talked about how they really looked at aligning their math practices across classrooms within a school, as well as across schools, and making sure that all of their teachers had the similar professional development opportunities as well. So that was a really good example. And then the other thing that I've just been looking at in general that came out in September is the Getting Down to Facts report that came out from Stanford University, and that was looking at the state of our state's education and how we are the 5th largest economy in the world, but in terms of our investment in education as a state, we're 41st in our per student spending out of all 50 states. So what does that say about our priorities, as a state and how we're working on that? So one of the things that CSBA as an organization is doing is organizing school board members from across the state for full and fair funding to make sure that our state really invests what we need for our schools. So there actually is a website that anybody can go to and sign the petition and get involved, and it's called fullandfairfunding.org. So those are the tips and tools that I've gathered along the way in the last couple of months. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Mail?
Thank you.
Most of the folks that I wanted to address have already left the meeting, but I wanted to do a shout out for the November 6th successful election for Measure J. For those of you in the audience, the final count was Measure J passed at 70.31% when only 55% was required. And
you have some of your organizers over there.
There's a lady over there sitting in the corner that's near Mr. Ferrante that put up probably over 500 signs throughout our community.
Good Clark.
For Measure J. And as you know, this will bring in $150 million in funding for construction in the Mount Diablo School District. And untold hours were dedicated to the passage of Measure J. I also want to thank Catherine Hammer and John Ferrante, who were co-chairs, and Charisse, who was also very actively involved. On November 7th, which was the day after the election, I had a 7 or 8 o'clock meeting for the East Bay Leadership Workforce and Education Task Force meeting. The topic for this month's agenda was early college credit. This group of business folks tries to inform themselves and also to figure out how they can advance education, and especially the nexus between high schools and junior colleges and colleges. This topic of early college credit included a presentation by Mount Diablo's own Heather Fontanella and her counterpart from San Ramon Unified School District. So these two ladies stole the show, and the business leaders had a lot of questions for them. So thank you for that presentation. It's great to sit in the audience and just feel proud about the work. Ms. Durkee has already mentioned several things on that I attended as well. A different one was the parent advisory meeting on November 15th, and then November 6th and December 4th the CAC held their monthly meetings, and on December 4th they had a holiday event that was crowded with lots of activities for students and their families. Let's see, I did attend the CSEA holiday event where they have a charity raffle each year on December 11th, and the facilities master plan meeting on December 11th as well. And then several of us attended the DMA holiday event that they hosted on December 12th. I also wanted to let you know that I attended the County Office of Education swearing-in ceremony of Annette Lewis, Sarah Butler, and Mike Maxwell on that Wednesday night. It's important because the County Office of Education is the next level of appeal and hearing for district reorganization, as well as charter school applications and some other matters. And I'm pleased with the candidates that were elected and wish them the best. I will mention the final thing I wanted to list, and then I'll talk about the CSBA Delegate Assembly meeting. On December 19th, Mount Diablo Unified School District Budget Advisory Committee will be holding its meeting at 5 p.m. So that's this Wednesday at 5 p.m. here in Dent Center. As your representative for the CSBA Delegate Assembly, I've prepared a report for you. Even though this is 10 pages and closely spaced with very narrow margins, it is greatly condensed. I forgot to bring the flash drive for Mrs. Maher that contains over 30 documents that will be available. I know that staff will want to look at things like the report on legislative bills that were signed into law by Governor Brown. Also, the federal report will be of interest to you. There's a detailed report on school safety and on charter schools that was presented by a committee. It's called Uncharted Waters, and a couple of you have that booklet at your desk. There is a CSBA Equity Network report. We did answer questions at the May meeting on the impact of marijuana legislation on schools, and the CSBA staff compiled a report. This information will be used to help consider support for legislation around the issues of marijuana. You'll also want to read closely the report from the Education Legal Alliance. I know Mr. Shanky will take those files home and read them at length. Some of you have that report at your desk. And so there's many court cases that CSBA takes positions on in support of lawsuits that are going on, and sometimes it's very beneficial to have that extra support, especially on amicus briefs and other items. The final thing I wanted to share with you, there is also a policy and programs compendium, which includes the briefs and fact sheets on a range of topics that were generated by CSBA for the last year. It is a thick booklet like this. Some of you may have received it, but it's also available for download. And that represents a lot of work that CSBA has done on behalf of public schools in California, and recommendations for school districts on how to implement certain programs. There's also the federal report, and then it concludes with the State Board of Education. I hope if you have any questions, you can contact Mrs. Maher. She will have all the files that are backed up to this report, and some of them will also be posted on the CSBA website. So thank you for allowing me to represent you at these meetings.
And thank you for doing it. Mr. Lawrence?
So I'd like to start by saying welcome to Mrs. Count and welcome back to Mrs. Mason and Mrs. Mayo. I'm looking forward to the next couple of years, and also a thank you to all the folks who helped with Measure J. I certainly enjoyed the morning after the election much more this year than I did 2 years ago. So thank you to everyone for their work. I'm reminded that 6 years ago, when I was elected for the first time, shortly thereafter, was the shooting at Sandy Hook. And so one of the things that I think about is what we heard tonight from parents from Oak Grove. And for me, as I enter the last half of my term, there are two issues that are paramount to me. One is the continued focus on the health and safety of our students, and so that can encompass things like Mrs. Mason and I debating the virtues of the Dairy Council and other things, but how do we continue to improve the quality of the mental and physical health of our students, continuing to improve the food that they're served so that it's less processed, more nutritious, and the other things around that. The other item for me is the persistent gap that we have in the quality of education across our school district, and that we have schools that are doing very well, but despite our best efforts, that there are still schools, and Oak Grove is certainly one of them, that there's not an equitable distribution of education. And that's unacceptable. And I put myself in the shoes of a parent, that if my child were at Oak Grove Middle School, how would I feel? And based on what we heard tonight, what we've continued to see, that if I were a parent at Oak Grove Middle School, I would be extremely upset. And so I think our board, our staff, our superintendent, we have an obligation to continue to address this and not settle. It is not an easy issue. It is not something that a school district by itself easily solves, that there are complex socioeconomic factors at work, but it is not acceptable for us to have the continued persistent discrepancy in the quality of education. And that's something I'm looking forward to working with my board members and our staff to address. Thank you.
I'll be brief. I apologize for the holiday events I missed last week. I was down watching my granddaughter, my 13-year-old granddaughter, do stand-up comedy, and I wanted to make sure I was not in the material. I wasn't. I'm not sure that'll always be true. I went to many of these events, but I went to the CSBA conference, and I thought it'd be interesting to give each one of the sessions I went to like a one-liner for you guys to think about and take home. Probably not the most important thing that was at the session, but I thought there were little trivia things that stuck out for me. I went to one that was called Pure Politics, which was about California politics and the recent change in Sacramento. And I thought the one takeaway that was really interesting, this is the first time since 1892 that the governor's been turned over from a Democrat to a Democrat. Thought that was interesting, didn't realize that. I went to one that was called about wellness in schools from the Campbell community, and they had a program which Mr. Lawrence would probably like. It was 5210, and it was for 5 fruits and vegetables a day, 2 hours, limit of 2 hours a day screen time, 1 hour of physical activity, and 0 soda time. And he would say soda and milk, but that's okay. Then I went to one that was the federal updates, that they're dealing with the new blue wave that's coming through up there, and the good takeaway from that was that at least the education funding has already been approved. So it'll maybe stopped when the government stops working, but at least it's been approved already. I went to one about charter schools, and it's a charter school report the CSBA has put on. There's actually 1,275 charter schools in California, serving 630,000 students, and 1/3 of those closed within 3 years, which I thought was interesting. And I went to one that was all about legal issues the schools face, and the 2 biggies that we will be looking at, they say need to think about, are immigration issues and issues around Me Too and hiring that we will be dealing with as the future goes on. I will say I always, when I hear about schools and how they're not performing and how the students in particularly because I'm from Bay Point Mount Diablo High School, perform, go out and talk to the kids. At the innovation fair that they had, you know, they may not be scoring great on tests, but they're articulate, they're smart, they've got innovative ideas that I know some of those things that I saw are going to be out on the market within a couple years. So while I don't like to associate kids with a number, it's a whole kid, it's a whole experience, and I think one thing we're really good at Mount Diablo is creating an environment for the kid they're not kids, the young people to thrive in all areas, not just a score on a math test, not just what time they get to school, but we address the needs, all of their needs, and they graduate from us being responsible citizens, I feel. And having said that, and I hate to sound like a broken record, but the day that Dr. Meyer called me and said we were closing the schools because of the fire, it was right before Thanksgiving, and I told her, you know, in the big scheme of things, I know it's not really important, but I have 75 turkeys being delivered to me tomorrow that are supposed to go out to the Bay Point schools, and my freezer won't hold 75 turkeys. And as always, the Mount Diablo team from Bay Point got together with the principals, who I say are the best anywhere, and met my husband and I, thanks to Jose Espinoza, who got him on the phone and told him what was going on, They met us the next day at the Ambrose Community Center, loaded up the turkeys, and went right out to get those turkeys delivered to their families. For that, I thank them. And then this weekend, they were out again. We were at the sheriff's dinner. We served 700 dinners to families in Bay Point. We gave awards out to the schools for the essay contest that they did, and they also had their kids do all the artwork that decorated the community center to help make a good holiday for the residents of Bay Point. And I shamelessly will say I got on stage and said I take credit for the outstanding administrators that we have in Bay Point today. So just so you know, for that, my comment. And to that, we go to Dr. Meyer.
These are hard things to follow. You should all take credit for that. And I saw those turkeys. They were not small. I don't even think I could fit one in my refrigerator, although I do have a lot of other food, as those of you who know me like to eat. First of all, welcome to Cherise Cound, and congratulations. And it's wonderful to have you here on our team. And thank you, and welcome again. Welcome back. To Linda Mayo and Deborah Mason. It was a wonderful thing to see the support that all three of you had from the community, and I think all five of you. What it said was that they were happy with what you're doing and they appreciate the work that you do. So congratulations and welcome. I love this young lady right here in this picture. She is from Short Acres. And her Avid binder is as big as she is, but she has, you know, big dreams and plans for her future. And I think we heard tonight, I agree, Mr. Lawrence, we need to look at this very complex issue and see how, you know, we can make this a place that where students feel safe and can learn in a positive environment. This young lady is getting organized and getting ready for college and career now. And her principal was very proud of that picture, and I think put it all over all of our social media. So if you see her face, or if you see her, ask for her autograph. One thing that we've talked about, and I know it is, speaking of broken records, something that we have shared with our principals, the fact that we believe that Mount Diablo has a moral imperative to prepare students for post-secondary success upon graduation. And that really takes many different forms, but it is really what drives us and helps us do the hard work that we have to do. And the way to do it is to expect a lot of our students and to really challenge them. When students don't feel challenged, they know, they know when we're not challenging them. So this is our district mission, and this young lady is reinventing math and integrating it with art right there, and we're letting her do it on the ground, and just really rolling up her sleeves. Sharing, there's been a lot of things going on, so I'm going to go rather quickly. One thing that we've been doing across all of our schools is really making sure that we're focusing on the instruction in the classroom. And so we know when things are calm and well organized and ready to go within the classroom, that our students will have greater success. And so we've been working with each of our campuses. We've been looking at what each school provides as far as interventions and supports, and we're asking our teachers to be a part of that conversation. When we go in the rooms and when we're asking teachers or principals to go in the room, we are looking for evidence of student thinking and engagement. And that is not always quiet. As you know, if you're around children in any respect, if they're thinking, they're probably talking as well. And so we're also looking at writing, because evidence of thinking is seen in the writing. So those are some of the things that we're focusing on. And then also we're having ongoing assessment and benchmarks to make sure that our students are on target, and if they're behind, we're doing whatever we can to help them catch up. So we're really excited about that. I didn't put math on, but it's in the brain here because we love math, and we're really focusing in on math because we know it's a place where our students are really falling behind as our California students and our nation students, and it's not like that everywhere. So we're really looking at it from multiple perspectives. But it is the most wonderful time of the year. And so on the left we have Concord High's wonderful Ladies First, I believe, singers. and they participated in the parades that we've had throughout the community. And really, our schools, K-12, have really been involved in our parades and doing all of those things to really make us look good. They do a great job of doing that. Now my eyes, I see we have right here Riverview students also joined in the parade, and through their after-school program, they are involved in cheer and really working on different athletic programs. And then we have some elementary music going on in the bottom corner, and I put a gift because there are gifts. It seemed good at the time when I was making it. Some other things, our staff, and one of him is here in the room, and that suit has gotten a lot of good wear, Mr. Clausen. But we have our staff likes to dress up. They like to set an example of the balance between joy and work and learning. And so in the upper left-hand corner, we have El Dorado, and I don't think they're ugly sweaters, but they're very festive. And then we also have, I believe this is Monty Gardens, our food service, really welcoming our students as they came through. And then Margie's very photogenic, Ms. Callback. And there was a selfie station at one of our events, and she jumped right in. I also see the turkeys are becoming famous. I wanted to say that we've had a lot of students, and we heard from Concord in particular, but all of our campuses do it. I think Concord does a great job of giving back. On the left side, we have our school resource officer and Natalie Keating from College Park. They were collecting things for Paradise, and so they were taking food and clothing to Paradise. And then we have in the middle our Bay Point principals, and if you go out on a Saturday or Sunday, you're going to get a picture of yourself taken, and we're going to thank you publicly. They came out during the fire and collected these very large turkeys and delivered them to many homes. And I always check it out. They must move as a pack or carpool or something. They always all go. So that's a wonderful.
Delta View was there as well.
And Delta View as well. She's Pittsburgh. If you know Hamilton, she's like, and Jenny. She is also there, and she is a really important part of that community. Graduation rate. We had recently, last week, a press release that showed that our graduation rate, and now my eyes aren't good, Shannon will be telling 87.3? 9. That's almost 88. I was always taught to round up. But we have gone up another 3+ points in our overall graduation rate. And we had a big jump with our students. Our Hispanic students, you can see, went up. They went up 8 percentage points. We had our English learners who went up 6+ percentage points. And then we had our students with disabilities that went from 63 to 72%. So we saw a lot of big jumps. We are still working on how to continue this growth, but it's nice to see. We've done a lot of investing in this, and I remember last year just not really being pleased that it went up 2%, but it wasn't enough. It was under 2, and to see it continue to go up when many places in the county, just for reference, went down considerably this year because they recalculated it this year, and so we're very pleased that we're continuing to go up. So the hard work is paying off. Our LCAP speaker series, which was mentioned, the chart that I have right in next to my washing machine. Talks about how to balance life and really what are the things that you're looking for. And it really was a wonderful presentation from Dr. Mayo, no relation, and she did a great job. And it was during the fire, so we had people at Concord High with the masks on listening, and so it was rather surreal, but it was really fascinating and impactful. And so the next day, many of us were still talking about what we learned as we headed off into Thanksgiving, and how to really be kinder and listen to our children rather than tell. Just hard to do. We also had at Foothill, we had some of our Pearl Harbor alum And this was rather a surprise. We heard about it after the fact, and they came over, I believe, from Rossmore and went out to kind of stand out and talk to students about Pearl Harbor. And having taught history for many years in the 90s, we'd still get, you know, in San Diego, they hang out there, we get a fairly large group of Pearl Harbor alum, but now they're fewer and fewer. And so we had one gentleman, I think it was two, who came. And so it was great for our students to see the living history. So that was a wonderful thing that happened. And then, as mentioned, the Innovation Fair. And Mr. Barbosa seemed to get in every photo. But very seriously, the students wanted to be in pictures with him. And they did a great job. The one that I voted on was the one that blocked your social media within the classroom. Principals have already heard this story, but the students and others did not vote for that. They instead voted for the one that helps you navigate college, and that's important too. And so that was a big one, and a lot of fantastic inventions, and they're very interested in seeing about possibly doing this at different campuses. So the organization, which is a local organization, is excited to see how they can spread the good news. And the Digital Safari students were fantastic. I tried to stump them, and they knew what they were talking about, that's for sure. I want to thank the Ed Foundation. We have two representatives here, Linda Mayo and Sharice Cowan. And you really have to see it in action, and so they've been sponsoring many things. They've been sponsoring chalk art. This is Shore Acres, and we also have pictures that we didn't put up there of the adults that get down and start drawing and playing in the chalk. And it's just a great way to kind of integrate spatial relationships to engage students. And we've had it at Shore Acres, Rio Vista. I know the home was Valhalla years back, and I believe others campuses.
I think it's been at 10 schools now
10
so far, and the
schools.
goal is to reach all 31 elementary schools. And there are some copies, I believe, of our annual report on the back table as
Okay,
well.
fantastic, and it's a great report. And you can see here the engagement and how excited they are about it. And they were allowed to get their hands dirty. And so the foundation has already made great strides in a short amount of time. Wanted to also say that Mayor Eddie Bursan, as he passed the torch to Carlin Obringer in Concord, they usually have a tradition of picking the person of the year, if you will, in the city. And this year he picked the entire third grade. And so we had a couple representatives. The young man holding the plaque was Mayor for a Day from Wren. And we have the Wren and Holbrook principal, Margie Kalbach. We have Deborah Mason and Mr. Bursan thanking us for third grade and recognizing the importance of that year for learning and the engagement that we've had with the city. So that was pretty exciting. And since it's been mentioned, I don't think it could be mentioned enough. But I did want to thank many of whom are here, the hard work that went into Measure J. And 70% is pretty amazing, and we're very proud of that. And it came with a lot of good ideas and a lot of wonderful teammates, and they met every Friday and did a fantastic job really bringing together the community and going out and walking and doing all of that hard work on behalf of all of us. So we're very grateful. And I'm just going to say one more time, wave your hands if you were part of that. There they are.
And the part that wasn't mentioned was that Medea was a huge part of Measure J. Our teachers supported the campaign from the get-go, were the first ones to invest, walked further than anybody. So Anita Johnson, I know you're in the audience there.
And she
just
waved.
want to give a shout out to Medea in particular.
Yes, thank you. And they hosted every Friday at noon because we couldn't do it here. So it was a wonderful place to be able to have those lunch meetings. So thanks to all of you, and we're very excited with the results. And we got an email from the mom of the letter H, and she wanted to say that she was really excited that she saw her child. And this is Monty Gardens here next door, and they just did a great job on thanking everyone. We're going to hear more about the facility master plan, so I'm not going to speak to it too much. But We're excited about our next steps and our community meetings, and we've really engaged. I have principals who are just kind of, sleepers. They really have a hidden life of design, Ms. Faltzgraff, and so they've really been involved in making suggestions and very excited about the possibilities. So we're excited to hear from them tonight and their charrette meeting. Real quickly, wanted to say that as far as state intervention, with the CASP scores that were recently released, our African American students were targeted last year as in need of assistance from the state, and they exited that this year. So that rarely happens, that once you're in that you exit, so this was really a concerted effort, and so we're very pleased with that. It was in the area of mathematics in K-8, so thank you to our K-8 educators for that. So, it really was a conscious effort. We expected special ed really in Contra Costa County. Everyone who has this as a subgroup will be having this as an area of targeted assistance. We didn't have it last year. We were on the cusp, and so now we are in targeted assistance with our special education students for college and career readiness and suspension. And so we are looking at our pathways differently because it's more difficult to take the classes you need to qualify for college and career readiness due to some of the support classes we have. And it's similar for English learners. So we're going to look at that and see what we need to do differently. And suspension is always a great concern. We're continuing with foster youth and homeless youth, and two groups who had the biggest jumps in our graduation rate, but they are also at need of extra support for chronic absenteeism and suspension once again. So chronic absenteeism is not surprising, but what can we do to break the mold? So that's something that we're really excited about. Budget, kind of quick, I will share the state legislature got together and they are talking about what they're going to do. Governor Brown left a lot of money. So naturally, there are a lot of ideas about how to spend it. And so there is a proposal to increase those reserves above the 10% threshold. And, even though we do have above the 10% threshold, but to make the minimum 20, I don't anticipate that passing, but that is a proposal. We are expected as a state to end with $15.9 billion. Most governors don't do that. It might be that transition, same party that you spoke of. And then also we anticipate that the Democrats are going to at least help us think about how to make sense of the rising retirement costs. We've known it's coming. And then also we're looking at how we can provide funding for deferred maintenance and pensions. And so those are things that the legislature proposed. Looking at continuing things, we anticipate, unfortunately, future wildfire needs and disaster needs, and so they're recommending $200 million there. They're also, and this is not education, but it impacts us greatly, they're looking at increasing CalWORKs grants and ongoing support for food for our students and families who do not have the means. And they're also looking at increasing UC and CSU enrollment, although I don't know where. Not a lot of room. And then childcare. And then Medi-Cal, we expect that to continue, although home services will go away. So that is a program that we use for a lot of our nursing and our school services. There's also this little teeny grant, $300 million across the state for students who are not receiving, or in schools that don't receive the concentration from high poverty, or are the ones that really are in the middle. So that's at least a recognition that that need exists, that we have students with high poverty at schools that do not have high poverty. So how are we going to address that? So that's a continued promise, and I thought I'd throw Northgate Soccer up there because they're doing well. And then sustainability, supporting homelessness and poverty, expanding earned income tax credit and early ed is a great debate. Can we afford it? And then continuing after school programs for working poor families. There was a discussion about how to restructure the tax base, but that happens quite a bit, and we'll have to see. And then we know that our new governor will come and release his budget proposal January 10th. And then just lastly, during the rain and during the fire, Olympic High School had this beautiful rainbow. And you can see it going right into their campus, and we're very grateful to all of our educators for helping us make such a big difference. So, thank you.
Thank you. Ready for now, George? Speaking of educators.
So I neglected to do something I wanted to do. So I want to take this opportunity to introduce someone who is very important to me because he is the reason I'm in Mount Diablo Unified and actually hired me 57 years ago or something. Not quite that long. But I want to introduce Fred Sullivan, who's here. Some of you might know him. He's kind of a legend, I think, in Mount Diablo Unified. Longtime administrator. He was, when he hired me, he was the principal of Betta Holmes Elementary and moved on to work in the district office. He's an expert in categorical, we used to call categorical, and getting all the resources for high need schools. And anyway, it's just lovely to see you here tonight to support our work and see us. I think Deborah has a long-time connection as well.
He was a teacher at Riverview when it was on the Ria Vista campus. He worked there with Dave Johnson, and they hired my mom to work in the district. So.
And Debbie was a little girl running around in my classroom.
Yeah. I was annoying then too, wasn't
I? Anyway, some of you I do know, you know him, but for those of you who don't, I want you to know he really is a legend, and I thank you for being here.
Now is the time for the reports. I'm so anxious to hear. Okay, here we go. Dr. Mike.
Thank you. I would like to call up our supporters from LPA who are going to give us an update on the work that they've been doing regarding the facility master plan. And I will let them introduce themselves.
Well, good evening.
Hello.
President Mason, members of the board, Dr. Meyer. My name is Walter Este. I'm the Managing Director of Education with LPA in our San Jose studio. And I have with me today Andrea Pippin, who's an Educational Facility Planner also in our San Jose studio. And we're here to just give you a little status update on the facility master plan. We are first. Okay, it's going to happen for me. It's right here. I guess I had to reboot this device. So just give you a quick little agenda here. We are just going to talk about our phase 1 process. We are this master plan is divided up into two separate phases. We're currently in phase 1, so we're going to update you on the schedule. We're going to talk a little bit about the website that is up. Andrea is going to present the stakeholder engagement and the process and what the results were there. And then we'll talk a little bit about phase 2 and what the next steps are, and we'll talk about those in the schedule. Let's see. Magic touch. So this is a little hard to read, but I will hopefully help you through this. So here we are right here in the middle of the year. So far to date, we have looked at all the data. We've collected a bunch of data, both from our school site assessments as well as data from the district, working with your facilities and maintenance staff, along with Rose and her staff as well. We are in the process right now working on the demographic projections. Those are, we have a preliminary numbers, but we're continuing to work on those and look at additional developments in the district. And we're just trying to verify some numbers, making sure we're all apples to apples with what currently exists in the district. As I mentioned before, we are doing our school site assessments, so our consultant EMG has walked every site. A team of their professionals have walked every site, accompanied by facilities staff. They've assessed the quality of each site, any issues that they may see. It's a 10-year master plan, so they identify issues that may occur within those 10 years, looking at the sites, conditions of all the facilities, conditions of the actual site plans, sidewalks, landscaping, all those things, and then of course all the mechanical equipment, electrical equipment. Within that, we're also currently folding in your AB 300 list. The district is consulted with a structural engineer. That report is complete, and they're going to have a conference call on that this week. So we'll incorporate that and fold that into each school site assessment. In addition, we're working with your technology group to fold in technology issues on each campus, and so those will fold into each site assessment as well. And then, apologize for that. Got tricky. We've done a number of focus group meetings individually with different district administrators. We've met with teachers. We've done some ed visioning workshops, and so the ed specs for the district are currently being finalized right now. So we'll have those complete within the next couple of weeks. And that takes us right here to about the middle of the year. And so, as I said prior, now we're getting into the phase 2 part of the facility master plan. And what we'll see here happening is actually we'll incorporate all of the existing site assessments. We'll look at each site and we'll do some site concepts, and we'll have three town hall meetings with all the school stakeholders. So there'll be teachers, administrators, community members, and it's really an outreach to get everyone. They'll be conducted at the high school sites. Everyone to sort of create their own site plan, and that's a great way for us to understand from the stakeholders what's going on at each site and let them develop something, and then we'll go back and take and work those, make sure that everything's code compliant and looking at all the different options and make sure they're real good plans for future site development. We also here are going to estimate those issues, whatever issues, whether it's school improvements, deferred maintenance, new facilities that might be constructed. We'll estimate those and give you an order of magnitude estimate for all those. We'll also prioritize those. And then down in here, we'll look at funding solutions. We'll look at all the funding available to you, not just Measure J, but what other funding you have from past bonds, any other funding sources that might be available to the district. And then finally here at the end, which is in June, we'll finalize the facility master plan and come back and present it to you. And then hopefully everyone's seen this, but of course there's a website for the facility master plan. You see only 3 tabs on here right now. That will grow as more information is put on there. We expect to have the facilities assessments completed by the end of January, and we'll start incorporating those into the site, or into the website. And you can go to that. Is that the right? That's the URL right there, so everyone can go and take a look at that. And with that, I will let Andrea talk a little bit about some of the stakeholder engagement we've done.
Let's see if I can work this thing. Okay, so hello. Thank you for allowing us to come and speak and present this information to you. I will present now the stakeholder engagements, the principal surveys. This was an online survey that was distributed and taken by all principals. Mainly it helps inform us of the existing condition of the facilities, and at the end of all stakeholder engagement meetings, the focus group meetings, these and then some, we always ask for their top 3 priorities, and that helps give us many data points which we will then present to you and making the ultimate decision at which priorities would get that kind of those first funding dollars available. So many data points. I'll just give you some of that background information that we gathered from the survey. The survey asked the principals to kind of rank a series of different area types and rank them by their functionality, whether it was 1 for poor, all the way to 5 for excellent. So as you can see here from a district-wide, as we look at all spaces cumulatively, we look at campus organization, the ability to support current enrollment, classrooms and labs, special education spaces, student services, counseling spaces, staff and admin spaces, food service, shared spaces like your library, assembly, and social spaces, PE and athletic buildings, PE and athletic fields and playgrounds, specialized elective spaces, project spaces, maker spaces, and then the site in general, addressing parking, drop-off restrooms, these other kind of shared spaces. And you can see most of them at best got functions but needs improvement, with the areas ranking the lowest being those bottom 3 I mentioned, your athletic playfields and playgrounds, the specialized elective maker spaces being of the lowest of all of them district-wide, and the parking drop-off restrooms among the lowest 3 as far as principal rankings for functionality. When we break that apart and look at that by elementary schools, you can see the same sort of trends, those bottom 3 still being the same. That's because elementary schools, of course, represent the largest portion of your district. One thing to note is the food service ranking jumped a little higher, and the campus's ability to support the current enrollment jumped a little higher. When we break that data out, just looking at the middle schools, you start to see some variation from district-wide results. We see staff and admin spaces being the only category that is ranked above the function but needs improvement line. And now your lowest 3 ranking and functionality spaces are those special education spaces, food service, and your outdoor athletics and play fields. So I just threw on the right there are some comments. The principals were allowed at the end of each ranking to just give us a little explanation as to why you gave it the ranking you did. And for food service, it is, the flow is poor, so it just takes a while for kids to get in there, causing them to be in line a little bit longer, that sort of thing. The library, from this one participant said, the library holds a very small number of students, and they're actually turning students away during lunch who would like to come in. And, some notes about special education spaces actually being counterproductive to learning. These buildings were built, of course, in the 50s and 60s, where the services provided today weren't the same as when these buildings were built. So it tells of a larger picture of just the facility's ability to support these new kinds of programs that are now trying to become implemented. So as we filter the information to look at high schools, the lowest rankings are again food service spaces, PE athletics, the buildings, and the specialized elective project maker spaces, or specialty things that could really prepare students for life beyond high school, CTE and other kinds of opportunities, preparing students for 21st century learning, that sort of thing. So when we asked the principal's top priorities, this was an open comment boxes, so I tried to organize them as best we could. So the rankings here are just a comparison as to how often each item was stated compared against one another. So overall, looking at the district-wide principal's top priorities, the top 3 being just school site appearance, landscape, and painting. And as we dig further in with our further meetings with the Facilities Master Plan Committee and other groups, that really, it's more than just a site looking nice, it's really helping to develop the sense of school pride in the community. When parents drive by the school, they see, oh, my child is going to that school or will be going to that school next year, and developing that sense of ownership of the school and pride. So that being the top priority district-wide for principals. The second, of course, safety and security. Principals mentioned cameras, fencing, gates, and safety-related repair. Top 3 being classrooms and school modernization. I'll save you the trouble of listening to me read the rest of the list. You all have this electronically. So we'll filter this then by elementary schools and preschools. Again, having the heaviest weight on the district-wide results, but it did vary slightly. And so in that lighter gray, you do still see that comparison against the district-wide results. But now for elementary schools, the top 3 needs were apparent to be, again, that site appearance, landscape paint, school site safety, and now the playgrounds and play equipment. In the middle school, still see the school site appearance and safety as being the top 2 highest priorities. The third, just barely, was technology and infrastructure for that technology at the middle school level. And at the high school and continuation levels, it is technology and infrastructure, athletics, improvements to the buildings, bleachers, gyms, so built athletics amenities, and then counseling and wellness spaces and services. So that leads into phase 2. So phase 2 of our facilities master plan takes the information, the data that we've gathered thus far, the needs assessments, the ed spec information that we've gathered, and begins to filter it through a facility master plan committee. All along the right side of the screen there in that graphic, you'll see the district focus groups. Those were the focus group areas that Walter mentioned us meeting with in August. Also, earlier in the year, EMG performed the school site visits, and that principal survey was done. Those we can now have that information. Moving forward, we have a student survey, a parent survey, and the teacher and staff survey that will be distributed. The draft is still sort of in the works. We'll be translating the student and parent survey into Spanish as well, and we'll have that provided as a PDF for sites to print out and hand a physical copy of if they need that physical copy rather than relying on internet access. So that's the pretty much the basis of this stakeholder engagement, is then taking a group of representatives, the Facilities Master Plan Committee, on this learning journey of spaces with us. We can't design the spaces in a bubble. We need input from a committee of people. So the Facilities Master Plan Committee is comprised of district folks, leadership at the school site level, students, parents, and also community members to really help get a full voice of the community and its needs. The planning committee just below that bubble is the district leadership that helps steer the process, helps connect us with the people that we need to engage with, and helps us schedule various events.
Excuse me, could
Yes.
we go back
Yeah.
possibly 2 slides to the principal's top priorities for like high school and continuation? I just want to make sure I'm interpreting the color coding correctly.
Mhm.
So, for instance, the top 1, school site appearance, we're saying that because it's the light gray that is the most frequently mentioned by those high school.
The light gray is a ghost of the district-wide priorities.
Okay.
So that was actually not mentioned in
So
the
no-
high and continuation school site principles.
Okay, so no high school principals mentioned the school site in appearance.
As their top 3 priorities, that's
Their
their
top 3. Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Anything else before I move on? Okay. So the cadence of the Master Plan Committee, it meets on a somewhat monthly basis, each meeting building upon the previous. It began back in November, mid-November, with a kind of goal-setting discussion to kind of vet out the big issues in the community, and defining success discussion, which we went around individually and asked each person if you were to define success, or this facilities master plan will be successful if, and allowed them to state their answer. So again, it helps confirm some common themes that we've seen even from the site principal surveys, but it also helps to see, kind of their opinion of it and maybe some ideas for change. At the December 11th meeting number 2, we had the high school sites all kind of blank slate canvas on the school site, or on the tables for the committee. We invited principals and students to join to play designer, design their own campus, and present back. So hopefully that was a fun meeting. It also included a discussion about the demographics overview and a summary of the ed specs related to high school spaces, just so they had an idea of the types of spaces that we were talking about when we were handing them the little diagrams to play designer on their site. As we move forward in mid-February, we'll be taking all of the before mid-February, we'll be taking all of the information that we've heard so far and taking our first shot at a draft facilities master plan diagram. We'll be rolling in the student surveys and parent and teacher staff surveys as we get them, but these draft diagrams are in no way set in stone, so can change and will change over time. At February 13th, that's also in line with the town hall meetings. That's where we will be kind of displaying the draft master plan proposals and reviewing some of the things that go into our development for a cost estimate, breaking it down into scopes of work or needs categories, looking at a whole site or a whole district as one large number is daunting, and you really don't know where to start. So we try to break it down into small digestible pieces, and not to get ahead of myself, but then correlate those with the priorities that we've been hearing throughout our different stakeholder engagements. And then running in line with this February 13th meeting number 3 in the town halls, between that meeting number 3 and meeting number 4, the school sites will, and I'm actually going to jump forward here to our school site committee slide, because at the town halls, it'll be an overview of the process, of our findings to date, and of course the draft master plan proposal diagrams will be there available for all school site committees to look at, to question us about, to throw darts at, give comments on. Again, we expect them to change, but the principals will be taking their diagrams home with them after the town hall meeting, and for the weeks that follow, they can post those master plan diagrams up in the staff lounge, up in the lobby, however they see fit, to get the word out that this exists. Come take a look, come comment on it, we want to know your opinion. The facilities master plan committee members, the school site committee members are all ambassadors for their campus and are our feet on the ground to help spread the word in giving input. So at that, in late March, we'll be meeting one-on-one again with the principals or their representative to get that feedback back from the school sites. And then when we go back to meet with the facilities master plan committee in April 10th there, we'll have these somewhat finalized master plan diagrams. We'll have put a cost estimate to them, breaking it down by, looking at it district-wide, looking at it by scope category, and breaking it down by school site. And then those members of the master plan committee will be going through their own prioritization activity and voting on what they see as the highest needs in the district. We'll also at that 4th meeting be presenting a funding sources analysis. Cooperative Strategies, who's looking at funding for us and for the district, is going to be leaving no stone unturned. We want to see as the whole breadth of funding that may be possible to help implement some of these plans. And then in hopefully May, we will be presenting a draft presentation to you all that will summarize everything that we have learned. Hopefully succinctly, we'll be showing all the different priorities that we've heard so far, trying to show where they align, where the common themes are, to hopefully make your job easier in developing your own priorities. And we typically have it as a workshop where you can kind of tie those priorities to those funds that may be available. And then hopefully in June, we'll be finalizing and approving the master plan. That's what we've got. Do you have any questions?
I have a couple comments. One, we should probably add this to our list of district committee representation that we send out at the beginning of the year, so people can put in if they want to be on this committee or not, and then there can be a regular reporting. And the other, I don't know how much it would mess up the planning, but would it be possible to have one of the meetings in Bay Point for the parents that find it difficult to get to Mount Diablo High School in the evening to give their input?
I believe that's already planned.
Okay.
Right, yeah. Walter misspoke earlier when he said 3 town hall meetings. We're hoping to have it over 3 nights. I throw him under the bus all the time. It's okay.
Walter.
3 nights. 2 meetings per night organized by high school feeder pattern and making sure we get those harder to reach demographic areas. So we'll be meeting with Rose on Wednesday today to nail those details down.
Okay. Any other board questions or comments?
Yes, as a parent, I feel like I've been through a lot of meetings where there's a lot of general talk, kind of put down your ideas, which I know is where you need to start in terms of getting everyone on the same page. But so I think one of my questions is, at what point do we get to the point where when the community gives their input, are they looking at specific lists, like what was identified during phase 1 for a specific school site and prioritizing those specific items, or are they still going to be big picture thinking at these town hall meetings?
I'd say both. In the online survey, it's big picture thinking targeted to their site, getting their opinions of how well they think it's working. At the town halls, they're just proposals at that point with no cost associated with them. So it's looking at the master plan diagrams and seeing if that fulfills the needs that they see are priorities. On those tables, there will also be the needs assessments, and that will list the principal's priorities if they feel that that's an important for them to kind of view the site.
Just as a volunteer for Measure J, knocking on a lot of doors, people wanted to know exactly where that money was going to, right? And so we kept referring back to the facilities master plan as the place where they will see that information, and that people are walking the sites to make lists of what the needs are at each actual site, because it will differ site to site, right? And so what are the high priority health and safety needs from an architectural perspective, from a safety perspective, and then the community looking at that to prioritize kind of their needs. But we haven't seen those lists yet. So is that the list that you're saying? We have the list of schools that have been walked, but then by the end of January, we'll be able to click on the school and see the full list?
Yeah, we have about 65% of the draft reports in our hands. We've been reviewing those with district facilities and maintenance staff, making sure that they're appropriate, that we've captured everything that they know of. They're looking at work orders and those kind of things. So we will have some different categorization and levels when we look at the estimates and they will be addressed as safety, as HVAC, mechanical issues, technology issues, site issues, and so there will be a little bit of specificity in there as to what they're looking at when we look at each site.
So that will be in detail. For example, if it's HVAC, 5 classrooms at a site need HVAC additions. Would it be to that detail, or will it even go into more detail, or will it be high-level detail?
Well, I'll tell you, the facility assessment reports are on average about 200 pages long. They go into very detailed line item by line item, and so we won't. We try not to get into so much detail where it starts to become so confusing, and we're only going to replace 3 units here and 4 units here. But we try and give an overall sense of because what we need to do is fold the educational issues. What are the schools functioning good for delivering instructional needs for the district? And so we need to kind of fold that into, along with the demographics, to see where we might need new additions or new facilities, different kinds of upgrades. And so we'll look at all that. Plus, we always factor in what the work. The district has done some great work to date, and you'll hear, I think, some of this later on in the agenda. So we factor all that in as we're prioritizing to make sure we're not repairing roofs when we know that we may decide to demo a building and replace it with something else. So we're trying not to spend money and then throw it away later. So there is that level of detail, but we don't want to get mired into too many of those specific line items at this point.
So through your process, you're making the decisions of what might be demoed and what might be a new project, or just in the example that you gave?
Well, yeah, I don't know that we make decisions, but we make recommendations as to what we think is best for the district and for that particular school site. We bring those recommendations along with the master plan committee, and we'll present those to you. And I don't know that anything at this point needs to be demoed. Let me
I
say
understand.
that's just an example.
I interrupted you. My challenge with our process so far is that there, and it's sort of been said, there hasn't been enough detail, and that's probably because I've been involved, like Mr. Ferrante has, in 4 and 5 of the bond measures that have been, 4 bond measures that have been approved for Mount Diablo School District. And of course, prior to going out for the election, we at least had a thick book, that we carried with us while we were walking to garner support. So I've been looking for more of the detail. When I visit a school site with principals, I will see things and Dr. Meyer can testify to this, that I will see things on a site or in a classroom that no one else has observed in regards to a facility repair need. So this is near and dear to my heart because although we want to envision the new spaces, and I've recreated this room in my mind I don't know how many times because I think it could certainly use a lot of help. No matter how much we want to change the site to our perfect vision, for the next 5 to 10 years, we are going to have to educate the students in the current facility. Because in my view, that $150 million isn't going to go very far, and we're going to need 1 or 2 more bond measures to achieve it all. And I want it all. And I want it in less than 4 years.
So for parents and community members when they come to a meeting, these kids are in schools right now, they're going to want to know what is going to happen in the next 3 to 5 years, right? Very specifically. So if I'm representing my child's elementary school at one of these meetings, I would want to see the list. Does the roof need to be repaired at that school or not? Maybe our roof is fine and it's other roofs that need to be replaced. But I, as a parent, am not going to have that information to be able to write down on the chart for you. You need to show that to me. And then I can say, oh yes, of course, the roof comes first. And after that, I have all these additional things I would love to fund, when the money comes raining down from the sky. But understanding that there are these key health and safety needs that will come first.
Yeah, and the facility master plan website, once we add the facility assessments to there, you'll see the level of detail in there. We'll work with the district to decide to what level we publish those. Like I say, they're very long and cumbersome, so we may provide a summary. We may decide to put the whole thing on the website. So we'll be having those discussions, facility maintenance staff and the district.
It sounds like if you have 200 pages and we have, a little over 50 schools, that we will get a level of detail. Is there any way perhaps, and I know Orinda was an example that we looked at, we could get a sample of what another district had who went through a similar process with you that we could share? That way we could kind of get a sense of what they used, and I can certainly reach out to that superintendent, but I know you worked with them, so that might be a good model for us to look at to see what they had for their, they don't have highs, but middle and elementary.
And I'd say this process will be much more detailed than what happened with Orinda. Orinda is a much smaller district, so we were able to walk all the school sites personally and document those needs. For this For this district, it's much more complex, much more complicated, and we do have the very thorough reports that EMG is preparing. So as we create executive summaries of those reports for each school site, we'll definitely roll in the information that was promised in the bond and make sure to try to address as many questions that may come up and have come up to date.
So I'm very pleased that you've done the thorough analysis and walkthrough of every site, because I think that's an important starting place. My one concern about visioning, when we did the visioning at Concord High School, was when I got home I realized, well, one table placed a building within the required setback for it's required for building construction, from the property line. So it was within that particular thing. So that building wouldn't work in that location. So I hope that when you're preparing those drawings that will be shared with the school sites, that you're taking some of that into consideration. And the one thing that I recall was that we didn't talk about two-story buildings. Is that something that is completely discouraged because of the elevator and emergency exiting? Is that something else that could be considered?
Well, it could certainly be considered. A lot of districts have two-story buildings. It's really a district direction as to, and of course to the different levels for elementary, middle, and high school, whether the district wants two-story facilities. It happens at every grade level on a lot of different districts, but some districts choose to keep their elementaries at a single level, so they're not having kids go up and down stairs too much. Now, mind you, usually it's the 3rd through 5th graders that go on stairs, and they keep the lower levels on the first level. So it's something we look at, and a lot of it may depend on the constraints of the site.
Right.
And property line setbacks, there's building code issues as to how we get close to other buildings when we build. So we'll take a look. We'll have all that in consideration.
We actually have two-story buildings, and I think this is kind of more of an overview, and the details are going to continue to come in as we develop this plan, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You're wiggling in the weeds. And we have a public comment. Mr. Mims wanted to speak on this.
Thank you.
Is he here? There he is.
No, I'm not done yet, but I won't be here too much longer. Oh, I just had a couple of questions, and I think they were almost already answered. One was this online. I just saw it on my tablet just now. One of the questions is that my understanding when you go through this process that the school sites themselves and the staff are quite. They're the ones who ultimately make the decision on what they think should be improved in their school. And so, I mean, that's my understanding, because I went through something similar like this in Vallejo. So I hope that this is the same that's going to go here. But I think I'm hearing that the facilities people will be making the decisions. That's what I thought I heard, and then I mean, I heard wrong, but I thought I heard that point. So,
Ultimately, it'll be the board making the decision.
That's okay. The other thing is, who will determine how much money is spent where on what sites? Because you've had that problem before. Certain school sites get more money than other school sites. So we need to look at the fairness of this. So make sure you keep that in mind and hold the folks accountable for that. And the other thing is, one more thing. None of the principals, I heard, none of the principals listed facilities as one of their 3 top priorities. Did I hear that right? At the beginning of the presentation, I thought I heard that the report, the folks who came up with stated that none of the principals who listed facilities as one of the 3 top priorities. Now, if I'm wrong, I need to be corrected. So that's the report. That's what I thought I heard, because there was a gray up there. Remember the gray?
Wasn't that one of the, so they're here, so can I get an answer on that, you know?
It was the top choice of all of the schools, but for the high schools in continuation, the appearance did not rate as high. They had other things that rated higher in that particular. But overall in the district, that was the number one. But for the high schools in continuation, appearance, they had other things such as different classroom configurations and fields and things such as that. So that was just for one select subgroup.
Okay, I was just concerned to none of the principals.
And it was appearance, not facilities.
Okay, so my concern is you said none of the principals. So the principals are not the only ones supposed to make the decisions on the children. I hope that's the case.
That's the case. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mims.
You're welcome.
Yes, sir.
So I think in summary what this board is stating is that there's a request for transparency and urgency, but I think that President Mason hit upon it, that at the end of the day it's the 5 people up here who are making the decision. And so I think we have an obligation as a board to lay out, here's what our priorities are, here's how we're going to weigh these different things, and so that we are sharing, because I think that this district has had a history that we've started to move away from of, in the past, we would say we want input, people would give input, and then go off and do something. Just people stop giving input when they find out it doesn't matter. And so I think we've made a lot of strides in that area, and I want to make sure we continue to do that. And so I think we need to look at this as a board and be really crystal clear and not just looking to staff and outside vendors to say here's what the process is going to be, but rather as a board define here's what the process is going to be.
Thank you.
I think it's, I mean, I'm checking for understanding here, my understanding. I think to me the overriding importance of this process and the ultimate plan is a master plan, right? And, you know, so funding is kind of a separate issue. You know, as funding, you know, becomes available, then, you know, that the plan provides some prioritization that's certainly helpful, important too. But I think what we were looking for is a master plan going forward, you know, what the need is, down to, you know, real, you know, urgent, basic kind of stuff. You know, we have maintenance, we have ways of dealing with things that are super urgent. You know, so certainly some of it we might be addressed that way, but really ultimately, you know, what is a more of an ideal plan? So, I mean, I remember expressing a little concern that we get too out there, then, you know, is it really valuable? So some kind of a good balance, but it is a master plan for this district. It's probably the first time in a long time it's been as comprehensive an approach to looking at that, and I think it'll be a document that'll serve us for a long time, hopefully. So.
Yeah. Along both of those lines, what I'm picturing is, yes, a big facilities master plan, but then a data-driven process of prioritization that ensures the equity that we've been talking about here. That every school site is up to a base level of health and safety needs, and that comes first. And after that, if we have funding left over with this first tranche of funds that we have, then there's room for community input. But as the community, if we're just given a blank piece of paper to start drawing on, we don't know what those health and safety needs are. Like I said, if there's a roof or electrical or things that need to happen. So that's what I'm hoping to see, and for the community to be able to see is, you know, what do the architects and the health and safety experts say are the basic needs at every school site, and that's the data that we use to determine what funds go where.
Okay. Thank you. And we have another report on programs for English learners in Mount Diablo Unified School District.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome up Carmen Garces, our director of our English Learner Office, who's going to share some of the things that she's been working on regarding how we can better support our students. Carmen.
Good evening, Dr. Mayor, President Mason, esteemed board members, and audience. It's my pleasure to be here to talk about English learners. I am not a preacher, but I love English learners, and I can talk a lot about it, but I am not gonna do it because it's quite late. And I know that you have a lengthy agenda. Some of the things that we are gonna discuss tonight, it's the English learners in Mount Diablo, the top 10 languages, the review of the LPAC results, the ELP indicator in the California dashboard, the services for English learners, and the next steps. This graph shows the population that we have in Mount Diablo, and I'm gonna have to round the numbers because I didn't bring my glasses, so I don't see from here to the screen. There's around 17,000 English only, 7,000 English learners, which was 24% of our student population, and the RFED population was 4,600, which was equivalent to 15%. This year, our numbers have already changed. We have 6,306 English learners and a little over 5,400 RFED students. Okay, this is a very interesting slide. I just want to let you know that there's 53 languages spoken in Mount Diablo. However, this is showing only the top 10 languages spoken by the English learners. By far, we have English learners that speak Spanish, and it's around 79%. Then we have Farsi students with 34%, Filipino 2%, Arabic 1.5%, Vietnamese 1.4%, Russian 1.1%, Mandarin 1.1%, Pashto 1%, and Punjabi 0.60%. In the past 3 to 4 years, we have seen an increase of students that speak Arabic, Farsi, and Pashto. And those students, at the largest concentration of those students are at Meadow Homes, Ignacio Valley High School, and Oak Grove. Now, I want to direct your attention to the green slides, which is 8.2. Those are the languages that the state has not coded. You know, each language has a code. And in that sliver, we have indigenous languages. For example, languages like Quechua, Quiché, Pogoman from Guatemala, and Mixteco from currently we have 82 students from Guatemala that are English learners. From those 82 students, 32 came since last year. Actually, today we enroll a student from Guatemala that also speaks Quiché. Now, these wonderful students are coming to us with an education level that it's that it's fourth grade, more or less, even though they are 15, 16, their level is fourth grade, and many of them, they only speak the Mayan dialect, which presents our department with an opportunity to be creative and serve these students. Now, our students from Guatemala that have arrived speaking an indigenous language are attending Meadow Homes, Cambridge, Oak Grove, Ignacio Valley, and Mount Diablo High School. Now, this is the universe of EverELs, and this is a new designation that the state came up with. The pink are the English learners that have been with us for less than 3 years. The green are the RFEP, or the students that once were English learners, but now they have been reclassified. And reclassified means that they have enough English to be able to attend classes without help. And that's the main goal for English learners. Now, the red are the long-term English learners, which are students that have been with us for more than 6 years and are struggling academically. Now, that turquoise that is next to the green, I think that it's turquoise color. Those are the students that have been with us for more than 4 years, but are doing well academically, so they will eventually reclassify. So in our department, we are constantly looking at the data, and we also work with research and evaluation to try to understand how our population moving, what is happening, because we have to support our students. This is a 3-year trend of the RFEP students, or reclassified students, and we see that there's an increase in the number of students that we have reclassified. In the past, we used to reclassify with a CELT, but now, since we have a new test that it's called the LPAC, we have started reclassifying with that test. And since August, we have reclassified 258 students. Our department works with all schools to support the reclassification of English learners. Each school has a team that it's called the English Learner Review Team, that, like the name says, reviews the progress of English learners, and also develops catch-up plans, like the name says, to help students to catch up and move towards reclassification. What our department does is to provide a pool of hours for each school so they can implement interventions, after school interventions. Since the beginning of the year, the elementary schools have offered 333 hours of after-school intervention of $12,000, and after January we will have another round of interventions for English learners, and last year we spent around $22,000. Also, our EL support teachers at the elementary and secondary level, they have data chats with the students to review their progress and set goals of what they need to do to reclassify. And additionally, we work with our parent community to empower them through classes in which they learn about the educational system, what they need to do to support their students. As I mentioned, California has a new assessment that it's the LPAC, or the English Language Proficiency Assessment for California, and this one replaces the CELT, and it's aligned to the ELD, the new ELD standards from 2012, which correlate to the Common Core in language arts. Just by telling you that, it's just a hint that this is a very rigorous test. There's two LPACs. The initial LPAC, which is a screening to determine if the student is an English learner or not, and has to be given within 30 days of the student's arrival. And then we have the summative LPAC, which is given in the spring. And the purpose of that test is to measure growth. Last year was the first administration of the summative LPAC, and this fall was the first administration of the initial LPAC. And the LPAC assesses the speaking, listening, reading, and writing. Here we have a screenshot of a parent report of a student, of an English learner. And you know, the state now uses the dashboard for everything, so they put it in the LPAC 2. And this is the overall score, which is the composite of the listening, speaking, reading, and writing. And this student scored a level 3, which is moderately developed. So this student is orally fluent, can do common academic tasks, but will need support for new academic tasks. The report also gives you a score for oral language, which is the composite of the listening and speaking, and the written language, which is a composite of the reading and writing. Now, the LPAC provides us with 4 performance levels. Level 1 is minimally developed. Level 2 is somewhat developed. Level 3 is moderately developed, and level 4 is well developed. And a student that scores a level 4 is a student that has met one of the requirements for reclassification. So we want our students to be level 4. Now, these are the results of the LPAC for this year, and this is, you are going to see Mount Diablo next to the state. This is the first year of administration, so we are all learning about the test, the scale scores, and the thresholds. And as we learn as we learn about the blueprints, and the teachers use the LPAS task in their teaching, we feel that our scores will increase. Oops, I went too fast. Okay. We have been looking at the data of the students that have a minimally developed level of English, and one of the things that we have implemented is that at the elementary level, all the students that score at that level have a license for a language program that it's called Imagine Learning English. This is the middle school level, and when we analyzed the data, we found that the students that they were scoring at the minimally level were struggling in reading. So we immediately purchased materials for middle school, and our coaches are working with teachers at middle school so they feel more comfortable teaching the foundational skills. At the high school level, the students at 10, 11, and 12 actually outscore the state, which is good. Here is a screenshot of the dashboard, and one of the indicators of the dashboard is that English learner progress indicator. Now, this year, when you click in there, you only see the results of the LPAC. There's no comparison of scores because this is the first year that the LPAC was given. Next year, there will be the comparison, and then in 2020 there will be a status in progress. Now, when we look at English learners, we know that there's a gap between English learners and the English learner population of the overall. But in order to understand if your program is being effective or not, you need to look at multiple measures, okay? And here you have, oh my gosh, time to go to bed. Okay. And here you have 3 years of data of the CAS. Yes, the green are the English learners, but the red are the fluent English proficient or students that they were once English learners. That means that when we reclassify our students, they do very well. Actually, they outperform the overall in the area of language arts. In the area of math, we see that there's work to be done because our RFEPs are not outperforming the overall or meeting. So the question is, how do we support English learner students so they can reclassify? I have mentioned a couple of things that we do. But as we look at the next slides, we will discuss programs and services that we offer. At the elementary level, we mainly have instruction that it's all in English, which is the yellow one, the structured English immersion, and we have instruction in 2 languages. That's why it's called dual language. Now, when we talk about instruction in structured English immersion, our students receive additional help to learn English, and that is called ELD, English Language Development. Based on the new framework, English learners receive dedicated ELD instruction, which is a period of the day where they receive English instruction at their level of proficiency, and integrated ELD, which is that a specific instruction in which the classroom teacher looks at what they are teaching, and they look at what will be the language features of my lesson that could stump an English learner, and scaffold that so the student can follow the language. Okay, now, in the dual language programs in Mount Diablo, we have 2 programs. We have, oh my gosh, we have the one-way dual language, I think, which is the green, and that's the one in which all the students speak one language. In our case, is Spanish. We have a one-way dual language program at Cambridge, Meadow Homes, Shore Acres, Ignacio Valley, Meadow Homes, Ignacio Valley, Shore Acres, and Belvedere. And the red one, it's a 2-way dual immersion program in which the classroom composition has English only speakers and English learners together. And we have that program at Bancroft and at Holbrook. Now, in the dual language programs, while the English learners are getting ELD, the English only students are getting a Spanish language development, or SLD. And the classroom teacher has to scaffold or providing additional support regardless of the language that they are using. Our dual language programs are 50-50, and that means that half of the instruction is in English and half of the day is in Spanish. These are the models that we have at the middle school, and I already talked to you about the English-only program of instruction. Now I want to talk to you about a newcomer program, because we have a lot of newcomer students that have been with us for less than 3 years. So we have a newcomer program in the middle school at Oak Grove, and that program is open for all students in the district, and they are welcome to attend there during their first year of instruction and then return to their home school if they wish to do so. And the difference is that ELD instruction that the students receive at Oak Grove, it's more intense. And also the students receive their core content classes in a shelter. And that means that the students in the class are all English learners, so the student can provide more support. Now, additionally, we also talked that we have long-term English learners, and long-term English learners also need help in order to progress. And for that, we follow the research of Lori Olson, and we develop a class that it's called Academic Language Develop, in which we focus in the development of academic English, writing, as well as in motivation, because one of the characteristics of the long-term English learners is that they are not engaged in the education because they have not been successful. And all English learners in middle school in structured English immersion in the newcomer program or the academic language development, they have the opportunity to spend additional time in using the iReady program to close their skill gaps. At the high school program, we have also the newcomer program that we call them the World Academy, and that one it's at Mount Diablo High School, and the students receive 3 periods of ELD a day, and the third period is dedicated to teaching students reading, because we have found that that is an area of need. Whatever the program that we have for English learners, the goal is the same, that they will be successful academically. Now, at the secondary level, for the past 3 years, the department has been working on an instructional model for English learners called constructive meaning. We have had already 5 cohorts of middle school and high school teachers. During this training, teachers learn to analyze the linguistic demands of the tasks, so they can teach the language in addition to the content. And we have 5 in-house presenters, so we don't have to contract outside. 2 are our coaches. We have 2 of our presenters are from Mount Diablo, and the last one is from Northgate, Rosie Reed.
We're going to interrupt you for 1 minute to do a meeting extension.
Oh dear.
Who wants to make the motion?
It was not my fault.
Do I have a motion to extend the meeting?
Madam President, as much as it pains me, I move that we have a meeting extension until 12:30.
Second.
All those in favor? Oh no, we have to do it this way. I went to my MAC meeting for a minute. 12:30.
Mrs. Maher.
Seconded by Linda.
Suddenly, Mr. Mims doesn't want us to pull all 41 items off the consent agenda. Have a wonderful evening.
Your report is interesting, really.
Okay.
But we have to vote. Oh, sorry.
Not required.
Bye. Scared all the way now. Oh, it's because he's got the screen.
Okay, so that passed 500. Continue.
Okay.
There it is. Don't start over.
You are not.
I will foresee it here. I was gonna give you a test, but you know, it's so late that I will just excuse you.
Okay, thank you. There we go.
Okay, we are very excited because next year we will have the first class of the students that will have the option to continue working on their biliteracy at the middle school. At Oak Grove and at Riverview, we will have an accelerated Spanish language development class. Students at Oak Grove that take this class will prepare to enter the IB program at YB High School, and the students at Riverview will advance towards AP Spanish. And for 2025, 2021, we will have the first cohort of students coming from the dual language program, and they will have the opportunity to take the accelerated Spanish language development class at Foothill, or go to Holbrook. That will be TK8 dual language school.
And if I could, this is 2021. So just going back to the, what we found is our students were going to be so much higher than what we provided at our middle level. And so we have biliterate students going into, leaving Bancroft and Holbrook. So we looked at some possible options for proposal, and one of them is just changing the course, and that's something that we typically do internally, so providing higher level courses at middle for those who are going that way. But another proposal for your consideration, and you have 2 years to consider, maybe one, is the idea that if you extended the dual immersion program at Holbrook and added a 6th, a 7th, and 8th, that would be a natural way for the students to continue their language and then conceivably go to Mount for some of their dual language academies. So that not only needs development for the 6, 7, 8, but also for the receiving high school that will be now receiving students that are really higher than we've ever had in Spanish. So it will involve the higher AP Spanish course probably as a freshman, then going to AP Spanish literature, and then exploring some of the AP courses or IB courses that have Spanish or another language, even a third language, as a component at the high school level. So I bring this to you to see, for information, to look at some of the thinking that we have to provide for our bilingual students and our dual immersion students as they leave 5th grade. So it's exciting, and it really came out of many conversations that we've had where the parents are saying, where are we going, what are we going to do? There were some requests for having a dual immersion middle, but we really believe that staffing would be a great impediment to having, finding someone who can teach all of the courses in another language. So this is what we know other bigger districts do when they get to this area.
Yeah, we have been looking at multiple models on how to support our students, and also what would be sustainable for us. And there are very few middle schools dual language because of the lack of personnel. And the majority of the schools that they are dual language and have a middle school component, they are KA. And if you are going to offer something, it has to be something that needs to be sustainable.
And we've looked at Los Angeles and San Diego border districts. They are not able to provide the staff, so we know we would have greater difficulty. But then it also really kind of gave us some excitement when we look at the possibility of extending it. And it wouldn't be a full-fledged middle, it would be, perhaps 2 classes at each level, 6, 7, 8. It would have a contained environment, so we're still in development and discussion. But I wanted you to hear this, and the community to hear that this is our best thinking at this point.
So one, I think we heard tonight that there are certainly challenges around hiring Spanish teachers. Two, my request would be, since this is a slide that is out there for the public, that we could perhaps label it as a proposal, so that families who are interested in the subject don't go to the website and look at this and assume that this is locked in, because what I'm hearing is that this is not something that we've made final decisions on, and that there would be dialogue
and a board approval.
Right. So
It
I
would
would just request if we
reconfigure.
could update these slides
Of
to
course.
show that this is not proposed. Thank you.
Yes. So it would be just this one slide.
Yes.
Well, isn't the Foothill Accelerated Spanish Language Development also something new?
It is, but it's a course, so it would be like offering a different type of math. So it would really come forward as a course of study course approval. And it would really involve the same staffing, but just at a higher level. And without it, Bancroft would not have a place for their students to go where they could practice their language.
So the course of study approval, though, would be for any middle school that implemented the program.
Yes.
Like with the high school.
So we could put pending approval of course.
Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Carmen.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you. Oh, we have a public comment on this. Mr. Fuller, is it still here? Yep, there he is.
George Fulmore. So I'm the only one in the world that has been waiting for this presentation for 3 years, but here it is. So what she's not telling you is the concentration of the kids that don't become English proficient go to Oak Grove. So you need to know that. You need to understand that at least 50% of the entering kids at Oak Grove are not English proficient, and you got a problem. And you need to focus on it, and you need the data, and you need to get somebody Carmen's terrific, but you need to get somebody objective to look at this. It starts early, okay, and it's back in the grammar schools. At the risk of being kicked out as a volunteer from another school, I can tell you I just worked with a kindergartner who counts to number 4. She's in kindergarten, and I'm working with her, and she got number 5, you know, in a fairly short session. But they're out there. And then by Oak Grove, you get these 8th graders or 7th graders that are reading at a 2nd grade level. And they're boys, and they're intimidated, and they're frustrated, and it's, you know. So we've got to do some reverse engineering, say, how do we get here? Well, what you get here is the grammar schools in the Monument, for years, the administrators, the teachers have said, you got a smart kid here, don't go to Oak Grove, you know, get to the other schools. So these kids, primarily English proficient by the 5th grade, are then transferred to the other schools. They don't want to go to Oak Grove. So you get this concentration. Okay, the bad news is the concentrations at Oak Grove. The good news is the concentrations at Oak Grove. But in some cases, you know, you're too late. The other disappointing thing is this English learner thing should be called emergent bilinguals, but the district is not building academic bilingual kids either. Most of the Latino families don't want their kids in the English learner program. They want them to be in the English structured English. So by the time they're in 5th grade, 6th grade, they're not Spanish academically, you know, oriented. So that's a failure too. But getting back to Oak Grove and their academic problems or whatever, I think you need to bring in some resources to re-engineer, say how do we get here? What's the problem? And you know, how do we build on that? I just think I have one more point here. You know, because I'm fascinated by this whole thing and the idea that the English learner kids that become English proficient and do better in school than the other kids, you know, I'd love to believe that, but there's something wrong with that picture too, because now we're saying that the kids that don't achieve that don't do nearly as well as everybody else. There's got to be something in between there.
Well, thank you for your comments.
Okay, well, and this motivation whole thing, yeah, I got it. But I'd bring in some resources. You know, you heard from Oak Grove people today, and re-engineering, whatever. Some people are doing great things out there, but overall, there's some big holes too. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, 14.1, Annual Board of Education.
I have a pardon.
I'm sorry.
And I waited a long time.
You did. You did.
Good evening. So I'm here because I'm confused. I was at home. This is an action item on the agenda. I don't know what kind of action you're taking tonight. Doesn't appear to be an action.
No.
It should be listed as information only.
Mm-hmm.
It's not.
If
you look on the
say
agenda.
action next to it.
Yes. So when I'm at home and I look at that last slide that shows this is a program at Foothill, that this accelerated Spanish program is going to be a program in 2021 at Foothill, I'm concerned. This is an action item and you're proposing this program at Foothill. So one class of accelerated Spanish development at Foothill is not a program. Those potentially 60 to 90 students coming from dual immersion programs could be matriculating into Foothill, taking up spots in other classes, you know, core classes, math, science. How will this impact the current students? How will it impact the capacity? We know what Bancroft looks like right now. An additional 250 students, one way in, one way out, no parking, and portables for classrooms. It's a great program, don't get me wrong, but it just wasn't planned out really great. Also, I worry about how is this going to affect our cohort transfers into Foothill, the split books. So I'm wondering how we could put a program there and consider a program there without checking with the neighborhood, the feeder pattern. And then it's not clear what happens at high school. I did see tonight in the facility master plan report that in the principal survey that campus availability to support the current enrollment was priority. Shouldn't we be looking at this? That's all I really have to say is please make sure the agenda is clear. So I'm not sitting at home thinking you're taking action on this. It's just an information, and this is something that's going to have a lot of consideration before you go ahead and implement.
Thank you, and I apologize for that misunderstanding.
Okay. Annual Board of Education organizational meeting.
At the last meeting, there was a suggestion made by another board member that we kind of try something new, which would be to write nominees down and then give them to Dr. Meyer, and she would read them. And I said I needed to go and check with the Brown Act and our policy, and I did. And the Brown Act highly discourages written comment, and I understand there was a caveat of us putting our name on it. But I know all of us are always talking about transparency, and that was one of the things in my mind. The other thing being, at the last minute, I didn't want to change the way we've done things for years, so if the next board president wants to look at maybe changing the way it's done in the future, that would be fine. But another thing I thought about was the fact, as moving forward and turning over the chair to somebody else, is that I do listen to my fellow board members, and one of the things I heard loud and clear last year was that it wasn't fair that everybody didn't get a turn. So with that in mind, I want to nominate Joanne, because you haven't had a turn and you're 2 years in, so I don't want you to be robbed of that opportunity. So I would be nominating Joanne. Is there any other nominations for chair or president?
What are you, for president?
Yes.
Okay.
I would nominate Mrs. Mayo for board president.
Very good.
I decline the nomination. Thank you very much. What's your name? Mr. Lawrence. Sorry. I am thinking about what I'm going to say next, so I apologize. And I would nominate Mr. Lawrence.
I would decline the nomination. I don't think that I would be in a position with my work commitments to do so. So I appreciate the nomination, but I would decline.
So we will vote on Mr. So
if she is the only nomination, you can declare her elected by acclamation. Correct, Mr. Shanky?
So if she's going to close the nominations, yes.
Okay. Having no more nominations, I guess you are declared the new president of the board, so we have to switch spaces. Can't you? They've always made me switch. I'm getting out of here.
Once she's elected, she's the president.
So just for clarification, the process that I recommended, the person casting the ballot puts their name on the outside of the piece of paper, and they write the name of the person they're voting for on the inside. And the superintendent would say, Linda Mayo votes for Mickey Mouse. So it's completely transparent through that process.
If I would have known Mickey Mouse was an option, that's who I would have nominated.
I thought so, that's why I threw him out there.
I would have voted for Joanne.
Just so we're clear.
While we're doing that, if I could, I wanted to take a minute to tell Mrs. Mason how much I appreciate her service over the last 2 years. I think she has done a great job, despite the fact that we now have a meeting extension until 12:30 this evening. We'll blame that on Joanne. We're blaming that on Joanne. But I want to genuinely tell Mrs. Mason I think she's done an exceptional job as board president, as representing us. I think that her communication to the public and her empathy towards our audience is something that's been very much noticed and appreciated, and I just want to say thank you very much.
I would like as well to thank Deborah Mason for her presidency. And on behalf of the Mount Diablo Unified School District and the board, we have a little token so you can remember what it was like 2 chairs over.
Do you have a video of all the fun meetings?
I will show it. It's beautiful.
And it's late, so I'm just gonna say thank you and not go on and on. Which is why they really like me. Okay, so take over the next conversation.
So remember, it's 10 minutes to 11. And I'm very sleepy, so just bear with me as I get my rhythm here. So, but thank you, I think, for nominating me. Everyone else not arguing about it, I guess. It's kind of like climatic, but thank you. I'm happy to step in this role, and again, just give me a little time to get used to it. So now we have the election of the board vice president. So I would ask if we have any nominees.
I would nominate Mrs. Mayo.
Any other nominations? So it's the same thing, right? Or
Hearing none.
you have to say by affirmation, Ms. Mayo is now vice president of the board.
Congratulations.
Let's not do that. Okay, and the next item is the appointment of the.
She'll organize it for you.
These are all done.
Get those on.
So I move that the Dr. Nellie Meyer be appointed Secretary to the Board of Education.
I accept the,
That's a motion.
Second.
Okay, first and a second. Okay, and that passes 5-0. The next action is adoption of certificate signatures for December 2018 through December 2019.
Madam President, I move that the board adopt the certificate of signatures as presented.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Motion carries 5-0. Item 14.6 is to establish regular meeting dates, time, and location for board meetings conducted in the 2019 calendar year.
I make a motion, we adopt the meeting schedule as presented.
Second.
First and a second. Any discussion? Move to vote.
Just flying along here, President Durkee. I like it.
There's a short one. Okay. Okay, we are on 15.1 is the consent agenda. Items listed under the consent agenda are considered routine and will be approved, adopted by a single motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. However, any item may be removed from the consent agenda upon the request of any member of the board and acted upon separately.
There are speaker cards on two of the items. Do we want to clear them first, or do you want to,
pull them? Well, let's see what the board wants to pull. Any items that board members want to pull?
I'd be interested to hear the comments.
I would go ahead and pull, it's 1538 and 1539, correct? Pull those for the sake of discussion, and then we can do the public comment.
and I would like to pull 15.8.
And I wanted to pull 1517. Okay, do we have a motion to approve the remaining items?
Madam President, I move that the board approve the consent agenda as presented with the exception of 15.8, 15.17, 15.38, and 15.39, which will be considered separately.
I second that.
Okay, any discussion? First and second? Okay, if not, we'll move to the vote.
I second it. Linda made the motion, I second it. Thank you. You're welcome.
Motion passes 5-0-0. Thank you. Okay, so now we go. I looked, we'll take care of what was 15.8.
So, we signed a 2-year agreement, or, I guess, this is 15 point, it's now 16.1. It's the 2-year contract between Mount Diablo Unified School District and Classrooms Champions Incorporated. My questions were, has there been an evaluation of the program since it was implemented? And the other question was, how are the sites determined that received the program?
We have not received the evaluation data from the vendor at this point yet. We have requested evaluation data, and we do expect to get information from them regarding primarily social emotional responses within the classroom, but we've also asked for any data that they can provide. And prior to entering the first year, we did set up an agreement for the data. Regarding the second portion of your question, the schools were selected by those that were interested and requested to be a part of the program. So teachers were queried and they were asked if they were interested in being a part of it. And those who had teacher interest and school interest were selected.
So my comment was that, or observation was that not all of these schools fall into the low wealth category, which is part of the goal of the program, and also that in one particular area, several of the elementary schools are involved in the program, but not the middle school. So kind of, is there a benefit for continuity when you matriculate from elementary to middle school in the program? I guess, well, I'll just say I think this is a expensive program per classroom, and without information from the evaluation, I'm not ready to support this. The rest of you may, if you like. And I don't know, is there any idea when we would receive the information, and at what point do we, or can we delay making this decision?
We currently are, we have already taken action and worked with this organization since the beginning of the year, but we could certainly bring this item back to the next board meeting if they're, and wait on that data. It is certainly something that we are also waiting for.
I would certainly support that.
And I think athletics are great, and I can understand the tie-in, but
Mhm.
without the information, we're investing a lot of.
Absolutely.
So we're going to pull this for.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so the next item is 16.2, submission of the Chevron Project Lead the Way grant. And I apologize ahead of time for not having asked this question ahead of time. But since I just visited Mount Diablo High School, I was curious to know what, why Mount Diablo High School. I have a theory in my head that I'd like to hear if anybody here knows. I don't know that Mount Diablo High School or Concord High, who both do Project Lead the Way, I believe, are not included. They've been funded in the past by Chevron.
And if I could ask Stephanie Roberts to come up, she can share the background on this.
They're looking for expansion, so Mount Diablo High School and Concord weren't looking to expand the PLTW pathway. That was the first in a while, but we were very happy that they decided to expand some of the launch programs at the elementary. But we do know that, and staff are kind of looking to see how we can expand a little bit more.
So it was a decision by the high schools not to expand.
It was the decision from from Chevron, who said unless you're looking to expand and add another PLTW pathway, then they weren't going to fund that.
Okay, thank you.
And I just want to say I appreciate the answers to my questions that I asked about these programs and which ones will be introduced. I won't read the list because that'll take too long, but I'm excited to see what is being requested by the sites. So thank you.
Madam President, I move that the board approve item 16.2.
Second. We have a first and a second. Any further discussion? And we'll go for the vote. And it passes 5-0-0. Thank you. So now we have 16.3, which was formerly 15.38. We have public comment on this from Pauline Steinbeck.
Hi. This is kind of backwards for me, just because I mean, it makes sense for you that this one would be before the other one, but for me it's like if I was to have a concern about the project itself, determining whether somebody should get more money or not would depend on the project first. So I don't know, just bear with me. Anyway, since it's in that order, I don't understand why more money is being asked for this particular project or series of projects. There were 14 sites that were originally listed when it was approved, and there are, I think, 11 listed as completed, and one of those is Dent, and I don't know, I walked out the front there and there's a strip of concrete out there that hasn't been worked on, that doesn't look complete to me. So, I mean, I sent you guys a bunch of photos earlier. Some of you may have seen them or not, I don't know. It was earlier, and it was like, I don't know, 200, 300 pictures. So I wanted to show a timeline, I guess, of, you know, how desperately sites do need these repairs, but they have to be done properly. And so what I attempted to show was the need and the fact that you guys took action on getting the process moving, and it's appreciated. But then, you know, contracts get signed or whatever, money is sort of put to something, and then when the work doesn't look the way that you think it's supposed to, and then more money is being asked for, I have a problem with that. When, you know, there was a chance that Measure J might not have come through. You know, 150 million is not going to go very far, and scraping the last pennies for Measure C could have been all that there was. And if we're throwing money at these contracts and the work still needs to be done, I have a problem with that, and I would rather other people be aware that this is going on. I know, for example, at Bancroft, which is where all those pictures came from, we needed repairs desperately for all of the hardscaping, and the identification of which slabs were to be replaced and which didn't get identified, it was borderline ridiculous, because some of it just looked like I mean, they were at the front of the school. It was like, okay, so a crack ran through a middle, but it's like you take 2 slabs from this side, leave 2 with giant cracks through the middle, and then replace the next 2, and it's I don't know, I don't agree with it. And then, like out the front here at Bancroft, there's like a slab that was identified to be removed, and it wasn't removed, it wasn't replaced. So was that piece paid for, or is this like, I mean, that's not finished, it's been identified for a reason, I don't know why. And then the concrete that was actually replaced, I would say, I would be generous when I say that 30% of it formed cracks within the first 2 to 3 weeks. There are some that have got, and I'm not just talking, concrete's complicated, you know, the water sort of comes to the top it's supposed to, but these are professionals that do this stuff, this is their bread and butter, and so I'm just really...
It's thank you for your comments.
Yeah.
We've never pushed the timer because we were trying to figure out who's doing what, so.
I'm sorry,
so
I'm
think-
trying to just
thank you
cram
for-
both into
yeah.
one because they're related to each other.
Right, well, and we need to address them separately, so you can
Yeah.
come back. I just wanna thank you for
I
your
was hoping
comments,
to not
and
have to
then
come back.
ask the board if anybody, board members, if we're gonna make a motion, or let's take our next step, and then
So-
decide what we wanna do.
Dr. Meyer, could Mr. Jackson provide some information for the change order regarding what the breadth of the change order was?
Yes, and Mr. Jackson, if you could please share. I know it's
Because this one deals
72,000.
primarily with the change order.
Correct.
And so if you could,
The purpose of the change order and
yeah.
what it covers.
Or were there multiple change orders?
In this case, it was multiple change orders, and
Okay.
this is one of the things that when we listened to the comments back there regarding Bancroft, the entire site had such a large need over there, so we physically came in and addressed the immediate safety concerns. So when we go out there and look at a facility, if you've seen some of our campuses, there's a large need for hardscape repairs. So we go in and diagnose which ones are the most critical needs, and those are the ones we'll tackle first. So these are the way we address those there. And as regards to the change orders, these are change orders for multiple sites, for multiple things, yes.
So things were in the way and you had to, or it took more effort to excavate to replace the hardscape, or?
It's kind of like Ms. Vanderbeek says, when we go out there, we assess a site, and you see that we initially looked at this area here, and there's now more areas that's been identified, so we try to capture those and stay within those parameters, so we don't have to go back out to bid again. So we're coming up as close as we can to that maximum threshold, but that's where we're at on those change orders.
And Sunrise, there was the grading and paving added for that area that had not been paved before?
Most of the areas that were identified, some were additional areas, but most of them were safety items that we were identifying.
So what is the process if the work that has been done was not satisfactory? What steps do you then take?
There's a warranty period, so we bring the vendor back out and make sure it meets all the standards that, there's a warranty period, and if those areas that needs to be addressed, we'll get them back out there to address those areas, so absolutely. Any questions?
Final question, and the areas that are marked that you haven't got to yet, you're just waiting for the next round of funding to come through to address them?
Absolutely. So like bid here, that's one of the areas that out there that we didn't address because that was depending on schedule and everything else. So we couldn't get that done in that time frame, but that is still on our list identified to be.
And I would rather see the space where kids are fixed first, so that's fine.
And that's the way Dr. Myers prefers as well. So.
Am I correct in presuming that the original contract limited change orders to less than 10%?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the final change order for 1804 to Sunrise Grading and Paving for bid 1804/contract number C971 hardscape repair modernization group 4 at multiple sites for summer 2018.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Any further discussion? Now we'll move to a vote. And that passes 5-0-0. Thank you. Okay. So now we have 16.4, the issuance of notice of completion for bid 1804/C971 hardscape modernization group 4 of the multiple sites.
So I will make a motion to approve the issuance of the notice of completion for bid 1804/C-971.
We have a public comment.
Okay,
Another
hardscape
chance.
modernization.
Back up. Colleen.
They can comment after we make the motion.
I'm just trying to figure out what the definition of completion means because it's not complete. What am I missing?
My understanding of what we were just told is they came out and they completed the parts that they thought were in most need. And if there's problems with those, they'll have someone come out and look at it again. And now the ones that have been marked but not completed are waiting for the next round of funding. That's what I understood.
I understand what you understood.
Okay. That's good.
But I'm just trying to, my head is still trying to figure out how that
We completed
qualifies.
spending that pot of money. That bid has been spent out.
Yeah.
So that's going to be complete now, and then we'll have a future bid coming in the future, is what I think.
Okay, do you have any other comments?
So your assumption was that all of the improvements were to be completed at Bancroft, and it has not occurred, in addition to those that you found fault with that were completed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to understand how, I really don't know what I'm trying to understand now, because I just don't understand.
Okay, well, we need to move on to a vote by the board, so, feel free to email us still. Okay, do we have a motion?
I made a motion.
We made a motion.
Second.
Okay.
That's all right.
First and a second. Any further discussion? Let's move to the vote. And that passes 4-1-0, right? 4-0-1.
4-0-1-0.
4-0-1-0. Okay. So next is district organizations. So opportunity for district organization reps to comment, and we have a card from Anita Johnson.
Good evening. I wrote a brilliant speech. I decided I will email it to you. Happy holidays.
Thank you, Anita.
Madam Chair, for the record, Mr. Abkarian from Local 1 also submitted a card, but he's already left.
Oh, okay.
You made comments in public comments.
That's a great strategy. We just keep going later and later and people will fall off, so thank you. Okay, we are on 19.1. This is on for action. It's 19.1 contract with LPA to complete phase 2 of the facility master plan. Do we have any information or just the summary?
So I make a motion to approve the contract with LPA to complete phase 2 of the facility master plan.
We have a first, we have a second.
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, the first, second, we have discussion. You want to start? I'm just gonna make this motion start.
I'm good.
I'll start, okay, everybody start. So I recall when we started this journey or this process that the way it was presented to us was that we wanted to do phase 1 for sure. And it was, and I might be misremembering, but my memory is that we were unsure about if and when we might move into phase 2. So again, I have a theory about why we are moving to action on phase 2, but I'd like to hear kind of what the thinking is about moving. I mean, it almost feels like it's kind of a natural sliding in, you know, which again wasn't the way I understood it at the beginning. And I'm not saying I'm opposed to it, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding the thinking behind the decision to move into phase 2. Just my thought. Because and the reason I remember that is looking at the dollar amounts. I remember thinking, I think Rose itself said it's a lot of money, you know, and so we know we want to do phase 1 for sure, and we will think about phase 2. And so I just need to know, you know, again, the staff's thought process that we're moving right in, because it's coming to us for action right away or at this point.
Well, I think, you know, very frankly, it was connected to whether we saw resources in the foreseeable future where we might be able to realize some of the projects that we put on the list. I know that this district does need a facility plan, so that was something that we wanted to get to, whether it was right away or as soon as we could, because really going out and doing the outreach in the second phase is a critical part to really making a complete facility plan. I know that the first plan that we have includes an analysis of every site, so if we wanted to stop there, we wanted to have that option to do so, but now we really are shifting into a point where we need to look at how we're going to prioritize, as was mentioned earlier, and how we're going to look at different, you know, braided funding to try and support some of the top priorities and involve the community in that venture.
My thoughts would be that one, completely agree that we did want to have optionality in case we did not have the funding source, and it is certainly a lot of money. If we do not approve this, my concern is that then much of the money that's spent on phase 1 is for naught, and so I think that hopefully the board was heard tonight in terms of our priorities around spending of the Measure J money, and that we are transparent, deliberate, data-driven, and expedient with it. But outside of that, I think that it makes sense to move forward with the second phase of the project.
So, if I understood the presentation earlier, was it stated that the information for the sites specifically was only, the report for that part was only about 65% prepared? There was 65%, and I can't remember precisely what that was.
We have approximately, I believe, 55 sites.
Right.
Sites, so about 65 of those draft reports are in our hands that we're reviewing with the district. The other ones are on their way. We should have them within the next week, so we can have.
So, you know, I understand that my concerns about lack of specifics, I'll just call it that, is just, I do agree that we do need to move forward, so I probably will vote yes for this, but I am concerned that we didn't have, as a board, evidently staff has more information than we have currently. And if we were to step away from this, if you've only, how much would we receive as part of our first phase 1 contract if he only has 65% of it? I kind of feel like we're being held hostage through this the timeline when we're being asked to approve the second portion of the contract, because we won't get all of the information from phase 1 unless we approve the contract. Am I making sense? Or what information would we be receiving from phase 1?
You will receive all the assessments for phase 1.
Okay.
All the assessments are complete. We are going through, along with the district, to make sure there's no errors, because we found some errors. Some things were double counted, things were mislabeled. So we're trying to make sure they're accurate and they represent the good work that's been done
Right.
to date, and the actual existing conditions of things that need to be done within the 10-year time frame. So you will, the reports are complete. We just want to review them, and then we'll get them up to the district. So you have paid for those, and you will be paid for those, and they will be yours, and there will be 100% of those will be in the district's hands.
So that makes me feel much better about this process, because I wasn't confident that that had been completed. And I do understand the importance of having the review, because I remember with Measure A, there were skylights identified by the community members that the staff nor the firm had identified in the process. So the skylights had to be removed and fixed, but there's a major expense to what do I want to say, refabricate the roof to remove the skylights. So I do appreciate the importance of the validation.
Through the chair, if I'm just checking for understanding that you plan to sit down with us and do a study group explaining all the details that we're going to eventually get, rather than just hand us a report. Was that okay? So in the future, we will know all the sort of details. Good.
And just to be clear, that all the assessments, all the sites have been walked, and all the reports are complete.
Thank you.
Reports complete was the part I missed. I understood the sites have been assessed and walked.
So part of phase one is that eventually the public will be able to click on a school site to get to the data of the assessment that you've done.
That's correct.
Thank you. I was just going to add that, way back at the beginning when we were talking about phase one and committing to that, phase two was kind of vague, I think, at that point. So I definitely feel much clearer, better, and I think in terms of what we talked about earlier, a good balance between addressing the more critical safety issues and more, maybe fantasy island kind of issues out there too. So I think we had to get through phase one to get to that, is what I'm saying. So,
Sure.
So I think it all makes sense. So I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Do we have a motion?
We did have a motion and a second.
Oh, we did. Okay. Please remind me. Okay. Any further discussion? We'll go to the vote. Okay, that passes 5-0-0-0. 19.2 is for information, there's single plans for student achievement, so. Anybody want to make any comments?
I will just share that we did have principals here from each of the model
We lost them all.
plans. And they also, like Anita, wish you all a happy holiday. But very seriously, these are available. If you have any questions upon reviewing, these are the annual reports, and they will come back in January for approval.
Okay, moving on. 19.3. This is for information and action, the first interim report for 2018-19.
Entree.
Okay.
Legally.
I'd like to introduce Rose Ramos and Mika Abelbide, and they're going to present to us the first interim. Thanks very much to the hardworking fiscal department. And we'll go ahead and start with Rose Ramos, our CBO.
Okay, as Dr. Myers said, good evening, President, board members, Dr. Myers, staff, and members of the public. This is the first interim report, which is the first financial report of the district for the budget year 18-19. The second, too fast here. Okay, these are just basically the ed codes that drive the financial reporting requirements for school districts. The first one talks about the two that are required every year for the periods ending October 31st and January 31. We're presenting the one ended October 31st, which is first interim. Second interim would be presented March 15th, right around there, for the period through January 31st, and then the remainder of the year is just projections. And the second ed code just states that the board is required to certify that based on the information you were given, that you confirm that we are able to meet our financial obligations. The third one says that if we have a negative certification in any of the interims, that we have to do a third by April of this year. And then the next one is, this is just the different reporting certifications that a district can have depending on their financial status. Positive is where we always want to be, meaning we can meet our financial obligations. Qualified is borderline, maybe we may not meet one of the years our financial obligations. And the third one, which is the worst one, is negative, meaning that we will not be able to meet our financial obligations in 2 or more of the years. And that's indicated by a negative fund balance or insufficient reserves in our economic uncertainty. And then the next slide, I'm going to turn it over to Mika. She's going to present the summary of the financial information for you, and then I'll come back up and wrap it up.
Thank you, Rose. So this slide shows the 3-year projection for general fund, unrestricted and restricted combined. It includes current year, next year, and 2 years from now. For current year, 18-19, we anticipate the revenue to be little over 362 million, expenditure to be 392 million. That brings us the net change of negative 30 million. And this negative 30 million includes the carryover from last year. Expenditure budget increased because of the carryover, which was supported by the revenue that was received in prior years. And the revenue budget doesn't carry over, but it was included in the beginning fund balance, which is 57 million. So now 57 million and negative 30 million, our ending fund balance we project to be 27 million. And starting this year, the required reserve is 3% for Mount Diablo because our ADA is less than 30,000. So when it's less than 30,000, we have to meet 3%. And we anticipate we are going to be able to meet the financial obligation for current year. And for future years, 19, 20, 2021, since state funding meet the goal 100%, so any revenue increase in future years will be based on cost of living adjustment quota or the increase in ADA. Our district is experiencing reduction in enrollment, so we anticipate our revenue to be slightly smaller unless we come up with, we receive some additional funding. So it is important to note that we will monitor and control the expenditure, and we believe we can do so by aligning the staffing and also reviewing the expenditure and see what worked, what didn't work, and allocate the expenditure budget to the most effective way to meet the student achievement. Future years, we believe we are going to be able to meet the financial obligation as well. And going to the next slide. The changes since adopted budget was we made changes, adjustment to a federal and state grant with a preliminary entitlement, and also for the local donation that we received since July. Also, we made adjustment to a multi-year projection. And when we adjusted the ADA for the 18-19 school year, that kind of adjusted future years as well. So other forms that was included in the first reading inter-report was Form A, that is for ADA, average daily attendance. And Form Cash, that shows the monthly cash balance. And we are going to be positive at the end of 18-19 school year. Form MYP is multi-year projection that we talked about. Form CSI is criteria and standards. This one has explanation to the notable some changes since adopted budget. And we have Form CI, that is certification of interim report. And since we will meet financial obligation for 3 years, we will have positive certification. And I'll hand over to Rose.
Thank you.
And this is our final slide. This basically just talks about future considerations and risks that we need to be mindful. We do recognize we're a little early in the year when it comes to the state budget, but we do have to put these out there because there are some things that are pretty different than they were last year at the same time. One of them is the LAO's economic forecast. If you've read any of that information, they're projecting 2 different scenarios. They're kind of toying with 2. A growth one, assuming we're going to continue to grow, and that recession that everyone is anticipating or expecting. The growth, of course, is good, meaning we'll get COLA. The recession, not so good, meaning that COLA will probably not be able to be funded as early as 2021, which for us would be pretty significant because that's the only revenue increase we have to look forward to, unless something changes and our enrollment in ADA does pick up. But because our LCFF is 100% funded. So in the past years, we were able to look forward to that revenue growth, which takes me to that second bullet. And again, in that second bullet, our COLAs are not guaranteed. So we, as Vika mentioned, we really have to control these expenses and try to reduce them in order to mitigate that deficit. And then the third bullet is declining enrollment in ADA. We do see that maybe leveling off a little, but we're still experiencing that decline nonetheless. So even flat revenue is not so good because our expenses are continuing to rise. So we need something to offset those expenditure increases. And then there's uncertainty and unrestricted one-time funding. Again, in prior years, under the former leadership, we could look forward to a little bit, even though we prefer ongoing. But with this current new leadership, we know there's different priorities that we are hearing about, and so not sure that one-time funding available. We know there's more state money available, but will it come to us by one time? Not sure. We'll know in January. So the fourth bullet, the fifth bullet, the continued cost increases. We know we still have to ride those out. PERS and STIRS are still going to go up for the next few years, so we still need some revenue to offset those. And then finally, our last slide, we need to continue to really monitor our reserves and make sure that we hang on to them. As you saw in one of the tables that was presented in the executive summary, we had a little graph or a little table of our ending fund balance over the last few years and the future years, and we had a very nice amount, and we reserved that purposely for these increases in pension and the pension costs, and you've seen how they've diminished over time. So it wasn't that, we were just hanging on to that money. It was by design because we knew we were declining in enrollment and we knew we weren't getting additional revenue. So basically that's where we're at this point in time. In January, we should have a better indication of what this new governor is going to do for us in terms of funding, and it will allow us to prepare a little more. But we do know we need to make some reductions based on this information we have now for the coming year. And so we're preparing for that now. We're working with staff and with council in identifying those areas. And that pretty much concludes first interim. If there's any questions for me at this point.
Any questions?
Thank you. So first, thank you. I think one of the line items that catches people's attention, and I'll go back to last year, is when we look at revenue staying relatively flat, 362, 359, 360 million. But then the expenditures with a drop of close to $34 million. Mm-hmm. And that was something that caused a great deal of concern in years past. And I think, Rose, you've given great explanations as to there are some funds that we can't count yet from the state, and so that's one thing. But there was fear that we would have major teacher layoffs last year when we had a similar sized gap. How many dozens of teachers did we end up with last year?
Zero.
Do we anticipate a similar type of situation?
No. I think this year we, we did a lot of adjustment of our FTEs, so we are looking at, we want to make sure to see, we removed a lot of vacant positions. We kind of cleaned up, if you will, everything that we could. But we're not certain at this time whether we will have zero in any of our categories. So we're still analyzing that.
And I appreciate the last slide because I think the risks are very real and concerning. We've talked before about the ever increasing pension obligations, as well as the fact that we're 10 years removed from our last recession, and that inevitably those happen again.
And I would, just to follow up, say that it's my understanding from the board, and we'll certainly bring it back, that the desire is to support every employee we have without layoffs. That was part of the direction from last year. So we will be looking at what other things we can do first, but we're not certain at this point.
I just have a follow-up to Mr. Lawrence's question. I've noticed that also the 34 million. Is there like a real simple, quick explanation of where that's coming from, or?
Yes, half of it is from carryover that Mika described earlier. So that's about 16 million of it. And if you look, and she did say that our beginning fund balance now, 18-19, is about $10.5 million higher, which represents the carryover, because we can't recognize it again as revenue. That's where it gets really tricky. So yeah, so most of that is funded of that. But then the other half, about 16 million, are reductions that we have identified already in the budget that we're looking at. That's what we talked about earlier, and that's what's in the executive summary. So.
Okay, so we're asking for approval of this report, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Any, have a motion? Do we do a motion? We didn't do a motion. Not yet. Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the first interim report for 2018-19.
Second.
Okay, we have first, second. Any further discussion? We'll move to a vote. Okay, that passes 5-0-0-0. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry it's so late. You can sleep in tomorrow.
You sure about that?
Till 5 a.m.
Okay. 19.4. It's also information action is Measure C facilities, another lightweight improvement program report.
Just want to start by saying, and I did share this in another forum, that we do appreciate you considering both of these. With one board meeting in December, we typically bring things for info and then bring them back for action. But in this case, we do not want to necessarily or unnecessarily, either one, delay projects. And so that is the reason it is here for you as info action tonight.
Is there presentation on this?
Yes, if I could ask Rose Ramos.
And I'm helping out Richard tonight because he's getting over a cold, so we're going to limit his voice to talking about the projects. I'm just going to go over the financials really quick here. So this is the, we're asking for allocation for a few projects on the remaining Measure C funds that are coming from Series G. We're estimating right now that we have about $19.7 million, and the reason it's an estimation is because we have other projects in the works and we haven't finished closing out, so we can't say exactly that that's where we will end up being, but it's pretty close. So this is an overview of the projects that we are requesting funding for. The first grouping is roofing, requesting for those sites in the amount of $10.5 million, and when Richard comes up, he'll go into detail on those. The second grouping is health and safety and education for those sites in the amount of 6.2 million. And then landscape needs for 660,000, site improvements, exterior painting for 1.1 million. And over to the very right, you'll see the running balance after each of those categories, assuming those are allocated. Then finally here we end with a request for facilities for 200,000 with a remaining balance of a little over 1 million. And then we have to plan for operating costs because Measure C does pay for some for that final year. And after that, 725,000, we're estimating about 320,000 remaining and should be probably left there. And at this point, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Richard now, and he's going to talk in detail about each of these areas and the reason for these requests.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, based on these here, as we doing our assessments for our roofing project and for allocation asked for 10.5 million, we know that all 53 sites have some roofing needs throughout via repairs or replacement. And with this being said, we completed 12 last year during the process, and we're finalizing closing those out. And for that was a combined effort with Measure C dollars as well as Measure A dollars for 16.2. And going on down the list here, we know we have a remaining of 33 sites that we will still have to anticipate doing some kind of repairs or replacements on. So with that being said, we identified 8 additional roofs for this year for the year 2019, and that's where we asked based on the previous slide for 10.5. And that being said, those sites with the approval of the board going forward for that asking price of the 10.5, we're looking at completing this in over a 4-year prospecting, completing it over in 2023. That's for board approval for allocations. Based on this here, we have done for the assessment piece of it. We had an outside consultant back in 2015 to come in. He done to assess some of our roofs, and going forward, what we've done is through work order systems and through our managers and tradespeople in our fields identified additional roofs that we've done, and that's what we've done. And we're finalizing our final assessment of the remaining 33 sites. We're looking at doing that by February of next year. Apologize. I skipped one. So I apologize for that. And these are some of our safety concerns here. This is for health and safety that we identified throughout the year. These are for the $6.2 million we're asking for. This is for our tennis courts. That these are last group of high schools that we need to complete our tennis courts, which are Ignacio Valley High School as well as Mount Diablo High School, and we're asking $3 million for that there. College Park pool replastering, that is, we're looking at doing that for estimated cost of $400,000. Ignacio Valley running tracks, this is for our running tracks for College Park, College Park, Ignacio Valley. And for bleacher replacement, this is one we had assessments done, and we identified that those bleachers currently don't need code anymore, so we're looking at the ask for that allocation for $2.2 million. And this is some of the landscape projects that we identified. We know all our landscape is a lot like our roofing, and we need landscaping all over our district. But these sites here are the 2 main ones that we have identified as immediate needs that we want to take care of. And that would be Mount Diablo High School and Oak Grove Middle School.
Richard, the landscaping at Oak Grove, is that the field as well?
That is. The field project is currently getting ready to go out to bid right now, and we're looking at interior front of the campus and some of the interior landscaping that is in desperate need for help as well.
So the 460 is for the field? Or additional?
Additional.
Okay, thank you.
I'll stop sending you pictures of dirt patches in the front of Oak Grove.
Yes, I see them every day as well. Well, not every day, as much as I go out there. And this is some of our other sites that we're looking to do an exterior painting. We know all of our sites need painting, and with this being said, These are the first 6 sites that we identified as in need of immediate exterior painting. And we know, with that being said, for the a little over 1.1 million, we have 47 additional sites that we will need to do. And with the allocation approval of the board for the per year for $2 million, we're looking at doing potentially 10 sites per year that we can do going forward, and completing that as well over a 4.5 year span for completing in 2023. And the final one is for Cambridge Elementary School, and this is for, came back in February, we asked for funding for the relocation of the portable in the front to the back, and after talking to our consultants and everything, to eliminate that leasing over year after year, with the ask for another $200,000, we can get a permanent building there, so that eliminate that, as that program's been there for some time and we don't anticipate it going away. So, and that being said, next slide. It's here. I'm gonna pass this back over to Rose and let her finish up.
Just summarizing the numbers, projected remaining funds that I mentioned earlier, 19.7 million, and the list that Richard just presented comes to a cost of about $18.6 million. Final year of operating costs, we mentioned also 725,000, all combined 19.4 million. And so we subtract that from the availability, we leave us with about $320,000 after that. And now we are open for questions.
Thank you. I appreciate that you have the Mount Diablo High School bleachers on the list to be done. How long has that school been without bleachers on that side of the field?
There are currently bleachers there right now, and we just doing the assessment piece that there's some areas that older bleachers that deemed to be not code compliant anymore, and we want to bring those all up to code. So there's bleachers on both sides, visitor side as well as home. We removed some during the summer in-house, doing this work in-house, and now we're looking to go out to bid that we get those back in compliance.
Okay, yeah, I remember last year when there were ones that were blocked off
Right.
due to dangerous
Yes.
situations. So that's the ones that we're talking about here to be replaced.
Correct.
And so what would the timeline on that be?
We're looking to go at it this summer. This is one of our summer projects we're doing. It will extend throughout the year. The site's been advised of this, but we're looking at starting it this summer.
Is the facility at Cambridge Elementary School a double classroom? The building in front? I'm just trying to think.
It is considered a double portable. It's more,
But it's custom design.
yes, it's
custom
like
design, yeah.
some of our portables are 40 by 60.
With an office in the middle.
Exactly.
Kind of, yeah.
So we're looking at
I'm surprised if that is equivalent, that it's only 200,000.
Well, we had additional funds asked earlier, and we were looking, anticipating doing this additional will get us a permanent building.
Okay, thank you. My memory isn't failing me then.
Any other questions?
I just have I'm gonna stop worrying about this site tonight. I trust you guys so much. So, thank you for this. This really makes it very clear. It's really helpful. I was getting myself I appreciate the effort with this. I really do, because you guys are great about keep attaching it, but honestly it's getting more and more confusing to me anyway, even though I asked for it. So, just as a little test in my own brain here, on February 26th, we approved $10 million for roofing. Right? And those are the 12, because it doesn't really indicate on here that that's all been spent, but it's all. So now we're doing another 10.5.
That's what we're asking for. Yes.
Okay. So I think it's just the way this is being used. Is maybe we can come on. Maybe you do something more like this. It'll help. I don't know. It's just always. We're down to the bottom. It's going to be a moot point after a while. So. But this was much clearer, I think, and I just want to make sure that this does not really indicate that I can see it.
And if you need some
That it's
additional
all been
backup, we can
spent,
share it
so,
as well.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would agree that other sheet that we have with the Measure C roofing, what needs to be done and what will need to be done in the future, I think is a very good format for us to be moving forward. And then as you complete those, the assessments of the full roofing needs, that's going to be really great to see.
Absolutely, and once again, we're looking at having that completed in February of next year for all the additional sites, so we'll have a much more in-depth detail of what's needed out there.
Thank you, appreciate that.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Quick comment, which is just, I understand the need, but it is painful seeing more than 25% of our remaining funds going towards the bleachers, and then $3 million towards the two tennis courts at the two sites. I've previously expressed my feeling on the cost of tennis courts, so I'll leave that for another time. Not enough.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the 2010 Measure C proposed project list.
Second. Second?
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? And we'll go to a vote. And that passes 5-0-0. Okay.
Your
19.5,
enthusiasm.
award contract for design and construction documentation services ability design, incorporate facility renovations of the tennis courts at Mount Diablo and Ignacio Valley High School. This is on for action.
I'll move that we award the contract for design and construction documentation as presented.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Any further discussion? Any discussion?
I do have a question. There was a 199, no, I'm sorry, there was a large contract amendment for the previous tennis courts. So I'm wondering, due to unforeseen conditions, I'm wondering, how are we working with the architect to eliminate those unforeseen conditions?
Richard Jackson to come and share how we're working with the architect to avoid change orders, etc.
We definitely work closely with the architect and engineers on this. What happened in this case, it was unforeseen for soil contaminations, and there were some also contract changes, architecture changes out there that went out to bid. So there were some things where when we went out there, we knew that there's some of the sites, the tennis courts that were on there last year's, and that would be a tremendous cost to the sites because they typically purchase those things. So we took that in some gates. So when we initially looked at it, we were just trying to really focus on the actual tennis courts themselves. And once we come up with the budget, and we were sitting there going, talking to the site's needs, so how we come up with those there.
Okay, and you, through this experience with the recent tennis courts, you will be able to predict, to eliminate more change orders in this next bid.
Absolutely. One of the thing that we got to be afraid of or fearful of is that we'll also anticipate an additional cost. So if we incorporate all that things in for testing, and if the contractor's just going to pass that on to the district going forward.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, for the second, we'll go to a vote. Passes 5-0-0-0. Thank you. 19.6 is the Mount Diablo Unified School District Early Return to Work Program.
I think there's a note there that I was given at the beginning of the meeting on the green pad that a couple of these next ones are just for information, not action tonight.
No.
It's right on the top.
Yes.
No, information, so it should have been information, okay.
I will share that Lisa Murphy Oates and Carol Berger, in partnership with Rose Ramos, have really come to us with this proposal to work on transitional work assignments for those who have been injured in the line of work, and really to help them get back into working life and to transition well and to increase their likelihood of recovery. So they've done a lot of wonderful work. They're right here, and they have gone to principal meetings and had meetings with bargaining groups, and have really looked at other districts and how they do this program. And so as a result, this item is brought to you for information, and they are available if you have any questions.
We'll email you. Do you have a question? I emailed the question. All right, thank you. Okay, 19.7 is also for information, not for action. And it's the company information program.
Yes, and I really want to commend the same group, our Human Resource Department, and this will be a nurse on call to avoid 911 and some of the, and really to address some of the nursing shortage.
And I thought both were very good ideas.
Thank you. Still 19.8.
Madam Chair, I would suggest that we take 19.9 first, and then the decisions for 19.8 will be easy.
Okay, we're moving to 19.9. This is the appointment of District California School Board Association Delegate Assembly Representative. Board member Linda Mayo's term as district delegate will expire March 31st, 2019. The district is eligible to appoint one member from the board to serve as delegate to the assembly. So our task is to appoint a board member to serve as the delegate beginning April 1st, 2019.
Madam President, I move that the board appoint Linda Mayo as our district delegate, starting April 1st, for the new term.
If she'll accept, I would second that.
Oh, thank you. I thought you were interested in it, so that's why I was being coy.
I mean, it does seem interesting, but I got a lot on my plate, so.
Okay, so any other nominations? Okay, so we have a first and a second. Any further discussion or questions?
I would just say, I don't get to attend as many CSBA events as I would like, and so I am very appreciative of Mrs. Mayo's efforts, because she does just an exceptional job of bringing that information back to us. It's like I'm there.
Thank you.
I just don't have all the bad jokes and the saucy comments.
Okay, so we can move to a vote. All right, we're ready. Not yet. Trying to move along. So getting close to 12:30. 5-0-0. Thank you. Congratulations. I think. Okay, so now we go back to 19.8. Right. Yes. Oops, we're on 10. Gotta go backwards. Okay, so this is 19.8 call for nomination for California School Board Association Delegate Assembly.
So, if you looked at the chart, 3 delegate assemblies, Region 7 has, enjoys delegates that are appointed by district boards, which are San Ramon, though they choose not to participate, West Contra Costa Unified because their enrollment and us because the enrollments are over $30,000. 30,000 students, excuse me, I'm trying to get through this quickly and I just need to slow down. Of the Region 7 delegates, there are other seats that are up for nomination and election. And this year, there are 3 delegate seats up for nomination and election. They are currently held by Liz Bettis, and then Marina Ramos from John Sweat, and Richard Cervry from Moraga. There is 1 vacancy to be filled by the Region 7 director, and then the delegate, because there's a vacancy in Madeline Cronenberg's seat. So that Elizabeth Block is West Contra's appointed person. So they get to appoint, and that board appoints a new person, just like you appointed me.
Even though she's not on the board.
Correct. They're appointing a new person for her.
Oh, I see, they're appointing their own.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mrs. Mendrick will appoint someone to replace Mrs. Cronenberg, and then the delegate assembly members will approve that at the main meeting. But there are 3 open seats, and if any of you are interested in running for one of those seats, one of us can nominate you and you complete the paperwork, and then you will all compete in the election that'll happen before March. We'll get a ballot and we'll vote here. Or if you want to nominate someone from another school district, you can do that at this meeting as well. So,
Is that clear? Yeah.
That's clear.
That's asking for nominations. Yeah. Do we have any nominations?
If not, we just move on to the next agenda item.
Okay, we'll move on. Hearing none. Okay, now we're at 19.10.
Madam Chair, I request that there be a voice vote for this particular agenda item. My husband accepted a contract with Lakeshore, seems like eons ago, for a construction project on the East Coast. And I must, with a potential conflict of interest for myself, so I must refrain from voting.
This will be the last one.
This is the last one.
Oh.
It is?
I promise. Unless he gets another contract.
Okay, we need a motion still, right? We need a motion for approval.
Madam President, I move that the board approve via voice vote item 19.10, the school transaction for Lakeshore Learning in October 2018.
Second. Okay, second, we have first and second, and we're going to do a voice vote, so we'll start with Mr. Lawrence.
Vote yes.
Ms. Hahn.
Yes.
Yes.
And I vote yes, so it passes 4-0-1, 0-0-1, 4-0-1. Oh, okay, 4-0-0, okay. Thank you. Okay. We don't need another meeting extension.
But we do need to sign documents.
We do need to sign documents.